Chapter 1260. Heaven-shifting blood spirit, soul of origin. Liu Bai had created this secret art in order to transform his own soul into the most fundamental energy and transfer it to Yi Xian's body, thus achieving the goal of Yi Xian becoming a chaotic spirit body. Qi. 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 Numerous blood-colored chains connected to Yi Xian's body. Liu Bai's body slightly swayed as his soul energy surged out. Clearly, he was in the midst of the transfer. Don't. Yi Xian let out a long and mournful cry. He knew what Liu Bai was doing right now, but he definitely couldn't accept such a gift. Otherwise, even if he could become one of the most powerful experts in history in the future, he would have to live in pain and regret for the rest of his life. Stop. Suddenly, a thunderous roar rang out. It was Butian, who had been watching in the dark. Although he didn't know what Liu Bai was doing, he definitely couldn't allow Liu Bai to show signs of transforming into the Tao. Rumble. A huge hand covered the sky. Butian had already made his move. He definitely couldn't let Liu Bai die in front of him. Otherwise, there would be no future for Butian's sect. Time reversal. Butian wasn't the only one who tried to stop this tragedy. Yi Xian resisted the pain of turning into a demon and unleashed a spacetime art, wanting to sever his connection with Liu Bai. Rumble. Sect Master Butian was indeed terrifying. With just a single palm strike, he shattered the aura between the two of them on the spot. Under Yi Xian's power of time and space, the surrounding space and time slightly reversed, and the soul force that had just entered Yi Xian's body once again returned to Liu Bai's body. Puff. Liu Bai spat out a mouthful of blood as he staggered back. Even though he had created the heaven-shifting blood spirit great art, under the obstruction of Yi Xian and Butian, he couldn't succeed in the end. Brother Bai, could it be that you want me to feel guilty for the rest of my life? Yi Xian loudly retreated, maintaining a certain distance from Liu Bai. However, Yi Xian's face was extremely distorted. At this moment, he was forcibly resisting the signs of turning into a demon. Have you guys had enough? Boom. Suddenly, a figure stepped onto the arena with a bang. That dazzling golden light covered the heavens and the earth, causing the space in the surroundings to faintly collapse. It was precisely the Heaven Grip Hall Master who'd been paying attention to this battle. What does the 10,000 Spirit Sky Palace mean? Rumble. An illusory figure walked out from the Heaven Mending Sect. This was only the Heaven Mending Sect Master's clone. Although it was only a clone, the aura it released was enough to terrify others. Our 10,000 Spirit Heavenly Palace admits defeat in this round. I'm taking this person with me. The head of the Heaven Holding Court frowned slightly in the face of the pressure from Sect Master Butian. He did not show any fear because he represented the 10,000 Spirit Celestial Hall, not just himself. Fellow cultivator, you must be joking. The 10,000 Spirit Heavenly Palace can leave, but this 9th Spirit Son must stay. Suddenly, a deep voice rang out. An old woman with a hunched back walked up the battle stage step by step. The two people beside her were Ji Chonglu and his sister from the Extreme Emotion Heavenly Palace. Granny Starlon. The head of the Heaven Holding Court narrowed his eyes. He naturally knew this old woman because she was the leader of the Extreme Emotion Heavenly Palace. Her cultivation base was also in the Yang birth grade. Fellow cultivator Starlon, what do you mean by this? The head of the Heaven Holding Court asked gloomily. This person is obviously not from the 10,000 Spirit Heavenly Palace. Moreover, he possesses various supreme powers. I'm afraid it's inappropriate for you to bring him back to the 10,000 Spirit Heavenly Palace, Granny Starlon sneered coldly. Ha ha ha. The head of the Heaven Holding Court laughed wildly. When he stopped laughing, he said coldly, Fellow cultivator, are you saying that you want to bring him back to the Extreme Emotion Heavenly Palace? I dare not. Granny Starlon said indifferently, this person possesses the three supreme powers of space-time, nirvana, and devouring. He's inextricably linked to the three supreme orthodoxies. If the 10,000 Spirit Heavenly Palace wants to bring him back, let alone the Extreme Emotion Heavenly Palace, I'm afraid the three supreme orthodoxies won't agree to it, right? You. The head of the Heaven Holding Court's expression changed. He wanted to refute, but he swallowed his words. Although the 10,000 Spirit Heavenly Palace was also a supreme orthodoxy, it did not have such great power. It seemed that it would be even more difficult to bring Yi Xian away today. How dare you? Suddenly, the heavens and earth were distorted. Sect Master Butian's voice was heard. His aura alone was enough to suppress the heavens and earth, but it had already forced the two young birth grade figures to retreat. Are you looking down on this Sect Master? Sect Master Butian's doppelganger was constantly changing. Wisps of terrifying aura whistled across the heavens and earth. Even if it was just a doppelganger, he could instantly kill the head of the Heaven Holding Court and the others. The Immortal Realm, the Sect Master of a great sect, was not just a title. Although Butian's sect was not among the top 10 supreme orthodoxies, Sect Master Butian was definitely one of the top figures in the entire chaotic world. Sect Master, could it be that you also want to keep this person here? Under Sect Master Butian's pressure, the head of the Heaven Holding Court trembled. However, he still forced himself to question because he had to bring Yi Xian away. At the same time, Granny Star Lan said, if I remember correctly, the power of karma is the supreme technique of the human Tao Divine Palace. May I know where your sect's divine son cultivated the power of karma? This was where the supreme orthodoxy's confidence came from. Even if they were facing the sect master of a great sect, they still had the courage to question him. Bang! Suddenly, the heavens and earth shone with divine light. Everything was distorted, and the law of primal chaos went berserk. A stream of light blasted the two away. Barf! The head of the Heaven Holding Court and Granny Star Lan spurted out a mouthful of blood at the same time. Both of them fell heavily to the ground. They could not even withstand a casual attack from Sect Master Butian. The Immortal Realm was too terrifying. It was not an existence that the Young Birth Realm could hope to reach. Moreover, Sect Master Butian was also an extremely powerful figure in the Immortal Realm. Otherwise, he would not have become a Sect Master. The two of you are not qualified to question me. As for my sect's disciple controlling the power of karma, I will personally go to the Human Tao Divine Palace to give the Human Tao Divine Palace an explanation. Sect Master Butian said coldly. Both of them trembled after being hit by Sect Master Butian's attack. Fortunately, Sect Master Butian did not kill them. Otherwise, they would have been dead by now. Alright, since Sect Master has said so, we have no objections. However, Yi Xian is not your sect's disciple. Are you going to stop us from taking him away? The head of the Heaven Holding Court said with a hidden agenda. Sect Master Butian felt suffocated after hearing this. Although he could protect Lu Bai, if he also protected Yi Xian, the entire heaven-mending sect would become the target of public criticism. Nirvana, space-time, and devour. Yi Xian cultivated three supreme techniques at the same time. This meant that the three orthodoxies would definitely come looking for Yi Xian. If he really protected a hot potato like Yi Xian, heaven-mending sect would face a great calamity. Chapter 1261. The heaven-mending sect's sect master was indeed very powerful, but he was still extremely fearful when facing a supreme orthodoxy. Moreover, Yi Xian's influence was too great. It was already difficult for him to protect Lu Bai. If he protected Yi Xian today as well, it would be a disaster for the heaven-mending sect. Sensing Sect Master Butian's silence, Sect Master Butian and Granny Star Lan smiled knowingly. As long as Sect Master Butian did not stop them, they would definitely be able to take Yi Xian away. Arg! Suddenly, just as everyone was deep in their own thoughts, a beast-like roar was heard. Yi Xian was completely invaded by the demonic aura. His entire being was bursting with a murderous aura. His eyes had turned extremely pale as if he had lost his own nature. Fellow Daoist Star Lan, why don't we take this person away first? Why don't we discuss this later? Sect Master Butian quickly said. He could already see that Yi Xian's situation was extremely bad. Alright, that's what I was thinking too, Granny Star Lan said. Obviously, there were too many people here. If other orthodoxies were to come, it would be extremely difficult for them to take Yi Xian away. You can't take him away. Suddenly, without waiting for the two to make a move, Lu Bai stood in front of Yi Xian. The karmic energy swirled out and the spiritual light of the Butian technique soared into the sky. Obviously, Yi Xian's predicament was all because of him. How could he let the two of them take Yi Xian away? Bai, stand down. Sect Master Butian frowned slightly. He was already facing a huge problem by protecting Lu Bai. He did not want to drag Lu Bai into this matter because of Yi Xian. Sect Master, if you save Brother Yi today, Lu Bai will definitely not forget your great kindness. He will definitely repay you 1,000 times in the future. Lu Bai's expression was solemn as he bowed to Sect Master Butian. He knew that the only person who could save Yi Xian was Sect Master Butian. Otherwise, Yi Xian would definitely suffer today. I can't promise you that. Heaven-mending Sect Master spoke with a heavy voice. It was because he really couldn't take action, or else Heaven-mending Sect wouldn't be able to endure the fury of the other powerful inheritances. This wasn't a personal matter, but rather related to the entire Heaven-mending Sect. At this moment, no one noticed that in Yi Xian's crazed state, a strange and cold light flashed past Yi Xian's eyes as he calmly observed all of this. Possessed by the devil? That was impossible. Just now, Yi Xian was indeed corrupted by the state of bedevilment, but when Lu Bai was about to activate the heaven-shifting blood spirit grand magic, that lonely and sorrowful mood finally pulled him back. Being separated by life and death, losing a close friend, this was definitely not the result Yi Xian wanted to see. This kind of stimulation allowed him to overcome the tribulation of becoming a demon. Moreover, one shouldn't forget that Yi Xian was an extremely calm person. He himself had killed countless people, and no one knew how many massacres he had committed. Along the way, there were seas of blood and mountains of corpses behind him, but he was still able to maintain his original heart. The so-called tribulation of becoming a demon might be a great disaster for Lu Bai, but it wasn't impossible for Yi Xian to overcome it. One had to know that he had experienced too many inner demons. He had been separated by life and death, and he had personally killed his lover. Yi Xian had experienced almost all the pain in the world, so this so-called tribulation of becoming a demon was unable to shake his heart. His heart was like a boulder, and 10,000 demons couldn't hurt it. Yi Xian indeed didn't have Lu Bai's unparalleled cultivation talent, but in terms of the strength of his heart, Yi Xian dared to say that not many people could compare to him. Don't forget that Yi Xian was originally a great demon. From his youth to his current state, what kind of pain had he not experienced? Just a moment ago, Yi Xian had already overcome the tribulation of becoming a demon, but he still pretended to be one. In reality, this was just to confuse everyone. His true goal was to find an opportunity to escape this place. However, seeing Lu Bai pleading with Sect Master Butian on his behalf, Yi Xian's heart felt slightly sour, so he secretly transmitted his voice to Lu Bai. Brother Bai, trust me, I can escape this place on my own. You must cut off all ties with me right now. Sect Master Butian will definitely protect you. You and I will meet again in the future. Brother Yi. When he heard Yi Xian's transmission, Lu Bai's heart stirred. Just as he was about to turn his head to look at Yi Xian's voice rang out again. Don't look back, leave right now. Trust me, I can survive. Yi Xian quickly transmitted his voice because he was ready to use his life-saving trump card. Lu Bai was not a hypocritical person. When he heard Yi Xian's request, his gaze immediately became firm. He took a step forward and left the stage. However, today's matter was still etched in his heart. Whether it was the supreme orthodoxy or sect master Butian's attitude, everything was remembered in Lu Bai's heart. He knew that even if he fought side by side with Yi Xian, he would still be a burden to him. Only when he was truly strong would the two of them be able to face this cruel chaotic world together. Brother Yi, take care. Lu Bai transmitted his voice briefly before standing next to sect master Butian. His eyes were downcast, no one knew what he was thinking. Seeing that Lu Bai had given up on Yi Xian, sect master Butian heaved a sigh of relief. He was really afraid that Lu Bai would die together with Yi Xian. If that happened, he would have to take Lu Bai away by force. The primal chaos spirit body was too important to the heaven-mending sect. The heaven-mending sect master definitely couldn't let anything happen to Lu Bai. As for Yi Xian, he didn't care about him at all. Whether Yi Xian lived or died was his own fate. Brat, come with us. Granny Star Lawn smiled complacently as her 5 fingers grabbed towards Yi Xian. At the same time, the head of the Heavenly Clan Hall also made his move. With 2 young birth stage experts attacking, even if Yi Xian wanted to escape, it would be wishful thinking. At this moment, Yi Xian was surrounded by a vicious aura. His eyes were extremely pale as if he had fallen into a demonic state. It was as if he would fall into the hands of the two in the next moment. Creation Divine Tribulation. Rumble. Suddenly, Yi Xian let out a sinister laugh. The entire world dimmed with a bang, and the heavens and earth emitted an extremely terrifying primal chaos might. Strands of extremely terrifying aura pressed down from above. Creation Divine Tribulation. Yi Xian had been suppressing his cultivation during the tribulation of the chaotic universe. He was waiting for this moment because he wanted to escape. Only the Creation Divine Tribulation could help him pass through this crisis. He was reluctant to use his external incarnation because it was related to his future. Moving the river of time and drawing out the ancient ominous eye was also difficult to predict. Moreover, just the two of them were not qualified to make Yi Xian use such a huge trump card. However, the Creation Divine Tribulation was different. It was Yi Xian's life-saving method and his only hope of escaping this place. Everyone knew that if Yi Xian succeeded in passing the tribulation, he would naturally step into the creation realm. If he failed, Yi Xian's soul would scatter and he would die. However, this was not the most important thing. The most important thing was that when Yi Xian was undergoing the tribulation, if the Heaven Grip Hall Master was in the center of the tribulation, the Creation Divine Tribulation would also send a calamity to the Heaven Grip Hall Master and the others. The calamity that the Heaven Grip Hall Master and the others would suffer was extremely terrifying. Because they were young birth realm experts, the Creation Divine Tribulation would also rise. At that time, the Heaven Grip Hall Master and the others would also die under the Chaos Calamity. This was Yi Xian's life-saving trump card. It was also the reason why he suppressed his cultivation and waited until this moment to attract the Creation Divine Tribulation. He wanted to use the Creation Divine Tribulation to pass through this crisis. Chapter 1262. 3 sixes is the tribulation, 8 nines exterminate the soul. These words describe the terror of the divine tribulation of creation. A normal divine tribulation of creation was divided into 3 tribulation thunders. If one could survive the chaos tribulation thunders, one would be able to successfully advance to the creation realm. If one was talented enough, one might attract 6 chaos tribulation thunders. If one could survive the 6 chaos tribulation thunders, it would bring unimaginable benefits to oneself. Of course, there were gains and losses in the world. If one failed to survive the tribulation, one's soul would scatter and die. However, above the 6 tribulations of creation, there was the legendary 9th tribulation. There were a total of 9 tribulation thunders. Rumor had it that except for the most powerful experts who had survived the 9 tribulations of creation, anyone who attracted 9 tribulation thunders would die under the 9 tribulations of creation. This was the origin of 3 6s and 8 9s exterminate the soul. It meant that if someone attracted 9 tribulation thunders, that person's soul would also scatter and die. Rumble. The world was dark and the starry sky was devoid of light. Dark clouds covered the sky and earth, and terrifying lightning flashed in the boundless dark clouds, making it extremely difficult for people to breathe. Ha ha ha. Yi Xian was laughing wildly towards the sky. Violent winds were blowing from the heavens and earth. His laughter was unbridled as his black robe rustled in the wind. You want to catch me? Bring it on. Yi Xian stared coldly at the Lord of the Heavenly Grip Court and the others. The aura around him became more and more terrifying. The tribulation clouds in the sky were as black as ink, and a blue lightning was rapidly forming. Retreat. Looking at Yi Xian attracting the divine tribulation of creation, the Lord of the Heavenly Grip Court looked gloomy. He retreated until he was far away from the center of Yi Xian's tribulation. Not only the Lord of the Heavenly Grip Court, but the people of the various sects also retreated from the area of Yi Xian's tribulation of creation and looked at Yi Xian in horror. The chaos tribulation was too terrifying. If the Lord of the Heavenly Grip Court and the others were in the center of the tribulation of creation, they would also suffer the same tribulation. This was not a joke, and it would bring them a life and death crisis. Even if you attract the divine tribulation of creation, you will only be suppressed in the end. Why are you so stubborn? The Lord of the Heavenly Grip Court said coldly. Suppress? You can try to catch up. Boom. Yi Xian spoke coldly as he shot towards the distance. The boundless tribulation clouds in the sky chased after Yi Xian. Brother Yi. When Yi Xian flew into the distance, Lu Bai wanted to follow, but before he could do anything, Sect Master Butian had already blocked his path. He possesses many supreme powers. Unless there is an ancient supreme being protecting him, there is no chance of him surviving. Those supreme inheritances will not let him go. Heaven-mending Sect Master released a deep sigh. Just as Heaven-mending Sect Master had said, Yi Xian possessed many supreme powers. This was a taboo among taboos because no supreme orthodoxy would tolerate an outsider cultivating their own techniques. Unless Yi Xian was protected by a supreme expert of all time, his future was certain to be a dead end. He won't die. The two of us will meet again one day. Lu Bai softly murmured as he gazed in the direction Yi Xian had left. Afterwards, he returned to Heaven-mending Sect in a lonely manner, entering that mysterious gate once more. When the gate closed with a rumble, Lu Bai also disappeared from Heaven-mending Sect Master's sight. Sigh. Heaven-mending Sect Master let out a long sigh as he watched Lu Bai's figure disappear. He knew that Lu Bai was dissatisfied with him, but he was not an ancient supreme being. He had too many misgivings that did not allow him to save Yi Xian. Moreover, he clearly saw through Lu Bai's descent back then, but he did not stop him. This was also a knot between the two of them. Lu Bai might not trust him in the future. However, Heaven-mending Sect Master did not mind. As long as Lu Bai could stay in Heaven-mending Sect, it did not matter even if he hated him. If Lu Bai could become an ancient supreme being, he would have no regrets even if he gave his life to him. The Heaven-mending Sect was his blood, sweat, and tears. He would not allow it to fall into his hands. Lu Bai was the sect's final hope. Chase. Rumble. The Heaven-holding Court Master chased after Yi Xian with Granny Star Lan following closely behind. The people of the various sects also stood up and chased after Yi Xian. At this moment, Yi Xian was like a piece of fat meat that everyone wanted to take a bite of. After all, he had many supreme powers, which naturally attracted the greed of the people of the various sections. However, no one noticed that among the various sects, there was an ordinary-looking cultivator whose eyes flashed with a trace of devilish light. Then, he also chased after Yi Xian. The tribulation clouds rumbled as they chased after the stars and the sun. Yi Xian seemed to have turned into a shooting star as he shuttled through the sea of clouds in the sky. The tribulation clouds above his head firmly locked onto him, and a large number of angry roars could be heard from behind him. "You can't escape," the heaven-holding court master coldly and angrily rebuked. Although he had been following behind Yi Xian, he did not dare to get too close to Yi Xian. He only wanted to wait for the divine tribulation of creation to pass before suppressing Yi Xian in one fell swoop. Shuttling through the vast sea of clouds, Yi Xian's speed could be said to be extremely fast. However, his expression became more and more serious because the tribulation clouds above his head were emitting an extremely terrifying pressure that made his soul tremble to the extreme. 3 days later, buzz. Yi Xian finally stopped because the creation divine tribulation had already finished brewing. The first bolt of tribulation lightning had already been brewed and was about to strike him. "Come on!" Yi Xian roared towards the sky. He looked up at the tribulation clouds in the sky. The people of the various sects surrounded Yi Xian from all directions, waiting to see how Yi Xian would survive the first tribulation lightning. Gotcha! The law of primal chaos was raging, and the void of heaven and earth was being destroyed. The first tribulation lightning illuminated the vast sky, and the blue lightning struck down at Yi Xian, instantly drowning him in the sea of thunder. Tribulation Transcender Technique. Yi Xian was bathed in the sea of thunder, and a ferocious smile appeared on his face. He instantly launched the Tribulation Transcender Technique and let the sea of thunder submerge his body. He wanted to devour the power of the tribulation lightning and use the first tribulation lightning to temper his body. Yi Xian was no longer a rookie who had just entered the chaotic world. After experiencing the chaotic divine tribulation, he had already understood the meaning of the so-called tribulation. The so-called chaotic divine tribulation was just a kind of tempering and forging of the body. Only after experiencing thousands of tempering could one forge the strongest body. Perhaps others were thinking about how to survive the tribulation, but for Yi Xian, these tribulations were the best tempering for him. Rumble. Under the first tribulation lightning, Yi Xian's body glowed. The terrifying tribulation lightning continued to wreak havoc on his body, and the cultivation in his body was constantly tempered by the tribulation lightning. A powerful aura was faintly overflowing. What a tenacious heart! Granny Star Lan was slightly startled, and a voice of praise came from her mouth. Using the tribulation lightning to temper his body, this child is indeed a little scary. The heavenly clan master said in a heavy voice. Granny, isn't he afraid of dying under the tribulation lightning? Chapter 1263. Ji Biao was startled. She was very clear about the terror of the first divine tribulation when she was crossing the divine tribulation of creation. She had to resist it with her own cultivation to pass through it. But now, Yi Xian was not resisting it at all. He was completely immersed in the tribulation lightning. Wasn't he courting death? The chaos tribulation lightning was not an ordinary thing. It contained the law of chaos. Yi Xian's action at this moment simply shocked everyone. This boy's ambition is higher than the sky. He is using the tribulation lightning to forge his body and temper his cultivation. Although this method is extremely dangerous, it is also very beneficial to him. Granny Star Lan paused for a moment, then shook her head and continued, however, the tribulation lightning will be more terrifying as time goes by. The first tribulation lightning is the weakest, so he can still do this. If he continues to cross the tribulation like this, he will be turned into ashes when the third tribulation lightning descends. This boy is courting death. He actually wants to imitate the method of crossing the tribulation of the strongest in the past. Does he really think that he has the potential to become the strongest in the past? He is just a joke. The Lord of Heavenly Clan sneered and looked at Yi Xian with contempt. Imitate the strongest in the past. Lin Daosan was puzzled. He immediately looked at the Lord of Heavenly Clan and said, Lord, you said that he is imitating the strongest in the past. Why do you say that? Humph. The Lord of Heavenly Clan snorted and said, there is a legend in the chaotic universe. When the strongest in the past crossed the divine tribulation of chaos, he placed himself in the tribulation lightning to forge his body. He experienced a total of 9 tribulation lightning to step into the creation realm. This is also a process to forge the strongest body for himself. Now he is imitating the method of crossing the tribulation of the strongest in the past. But in my opinion, he is simply courting death. The Lord of Heavenly Clan sneered. Boom! Just as everyone was speaking, the first bolt of tribulation lightning had already dissipated. Yi Xian walked out safely, his body glowing like Vajra glass, and the laws of primal chaos circulated around him. Humph, I want to see how many lightning tribulations you can attract. The Heavenhold Court Lord said coldly. No one found it strange that Yi Xian could survive the first lightning tribulation. However, they were shocked that Yi Xian was able to imitate the strongest of all time. However, he was only slightly shocked because there had been people who had used the first tribulation lightning to refine their bodies. This was nothing. Rumble. The second bolt of tribulation lightning lit up the sky and struck down on Yi Xian. This time, the power of the second bolt of tribulation lightning was doubled. Swallow. Yi Xian roared at the sky. He completely ignored the people of the various sections. At this moment, he was fully focused on transcending the tribulation. This was because every bolt of tribulation lightning brought him unimaginable benefits. His body was flawless and his cultivation was condensed. Even the sky-burying art that he had created had a large amount of impurities removed by the first tribulation lightning, making it pure. Moreover, after experiencing the tempering of the first tribulation lightning, the speed at which the heaven-burying art circulated within his body became even faster. It even faintly gave Yi Xian a feeling of enlightenment, as if he was about to comprehend the second level of the heaven-burying art. When Yi Xian had this feeling in his mind, it made him even more determined to use the divine tribulation of creation to refine his body. Crack! The chaos tribulation lightning could destroy everything. The second tribulation lightning finally struck down. The terrifying tribulation lightning once again engulfed Yi Xian's body. This time, he did not resist but continued to bathe in the tribulation lightning. Is he crazy? Suddenly, Granny Starlawn exclaimed. She had never thought that Yi Xian would dare to use the second tribulation lightning to refine his body. This simply made her extremely shocked. One had to know that the tribulation lightning of creation was stronger than the previous one. The law of chaos contained within it could destroy one's primordial spirit. Yi Xian was simply playing with fire. He would definitely burn himself to ashes. At this moment, the Lord of the Heavenly Grip Court was also stunned. He had never thought that Yi Xian would have such great courage to use this method to transcend the tribulation. He's courting death. The Lord of the Heavenly Grip Court coldly rebuked. At this moment, the one with the most complicated feelings was none other than Violet Spirit. She looked at Yi Xian bathing in the tribulation lightning. Her expression kept changing as she let out a lonely sigh. Rumble. The sea of lightning dissipated as Yi Xian walked out from the second tribulation lightning. This time, his body was blooming with golden light as if he had turned into a terrifying golden man. There were even wisps of grey mist surrounding his body. Again. Yi Xian roared excitedly. His idea was indeed correct. Although the tribulation lightning was fatal, it also brought him unimaginable benefits. Whether it was the nirvana force, the space-time force, or even the heavens burial art that he had created, they all had obvious improvements under the second tribulation lightning. The nirvana force surged like a river, the space-time sapling grew by an inch, and the embryonic form of the first level of the heavens burial art was approaching perfection. Everything was developing in a good direction. How is this possible? The Lord of the Heavenly Grip Court was furious as he watched Yi Xian walk out of the second tribulation lightning unscathed. He looked at Yi Xian with extreme shock in his eyes. Is he really going to imitate the strongest of all time? Granny Starlon also said in shock. Impossible. Look at him, he's just a mortal. At most, he can attract the 3 tribulations of creation. In the past, my clan's Lord of all spirits attracted a total of 9 lightning tribulations. This person is simply courting death if he wants to imitate the strongest of all time. The Lord of the Heavenly Grip Court coldly refuted. Rumble. While everyone was still in shock, the 3rd tribulation lightning brewed. The pressure brought by the 3rd tribulation lightning caused the world to rumble and tremble, proving how terrifying the 3rd tribulation lightning was. He dares to take the 3rd tribulation lightning head-on. Ji Biao looked at Yi Xian in shock. In fact, Yi Xian didn't know that he was imitating the strongest of all time. It was just that he had discovered the mystery of the Chaos Tribulation when he was crossing the Chaotic Saint Tribulation, so he used the Tribulation Lightning to temper himself. Come! Yi Xian spread out his arms as a terrifying golden light blossomed from his body. He was like a blazing sun, and the 3rd bolt of tribulation lightning seemed to have been angered by him as it smashed down towards him. Boom! When the 3rd bolt of tribulation lightning descended, Yi Xian's entire body was submerged once again. However, this time, his body was struck by the tribulation lightning, causing traces of cracks to appear. Yi Xian's expression was twisted in pain. The divine tribulation of creation was extremely terrifying. It contained a life and death crisis. Although it could temper Yi Xian's cultivation and body, it also had the danger of death. Refine! Yi Xian roared ferociously. He sat cross-legged in the sea of lightning and crazily absorbed the 3rd tribulation lightning. His cracked body was recovering at a terrifying speed, and his aura became even more terrifying. At the same time, an extremely shocking change occurred. The power of nirvanic extermination circled around him like a long river. The tree of time and space grew another inch and swayed above his head. Gray fog shrouded him within. This was the qualitative change of the buried sky skill. Sweeping through the ages, I am invincible. Yi Xian had long planted an invincible heart for himself. He was never afraid of any tribulation. Because of this invincible heart, he believed that he could overcome any tribulation. Chapter 1264. Yi Xian, I haven't seen you for many years and you're still so crazy. Amongst the crowd of people from the various sects, an ordinary-looking man in black silently watched Yi Xian as he sighed with emotion. How could this be? Impossible, how could he survive 3 tribulation lightning? The Lord of the Heavenly Clan was in a complete mess. He couldn't believe his eyes. This kid is really strange, but let's stop here. He's just a mortal. The tribulation lightning is over and the creation divine tribulation is about to disperse. It's time for us to suppress him. Granny Starlon whispered coldly. Sure enough, as Granny Starlon said, the tribulation clouds in the sky showed signs of dispersing. Obviously, the creation divine tribulation was about to disperse and Yi Xian had officially passed the creation divine tribulation. But in the next moment, something that shocked the people of the various sects happened. Rumble. The tribulation clouds that were about to disperse suddenly rolled. A strange light flashed across the sky and the ink-black tribulation clouds turned green. A terrifying aura that could shatter heaven and earth spread out. Creation 6 tribulations. It was unknown who exclaimed, but this caused the Heavenhold Court Master and the others to feel suffocated. All of them looked at the azure tribulation cloud in the sky with bewilderment. The creation divine tribulation was divided into 3 watersheds, 3 tribulations, 6 tribulations, and 9 tribulations. Each watershed represented the potential of the person undergoing the tribulation. Ordinary battle constitutions corresponded to 3 tribulations while rare battle constitutions corresponded to 6 tribulations. The 12 ultimate battle constitutions and some variant battle constitutions corresponded to 9 tribulations. However, Yi Xian was just a mortal. Why would he attract 6 tribulations? No one could figure it out because the 4th bolt of tribulation lightning was already brewing. A dark blue pool of lightning appeared in the sky. The rolling sea of lightning wreaked havoc in the pool of lightning. Just the power it released was enough to make people's souls tremble. The Lord of the Heavenly Clan and the others thought that Yi Xian had passed the tribulation and wanted to suppress him. They didn't expect that Yi Xian didn't face 3 tribulations but the more powerful creation 6 tribulations. They could only give up temporarily. Rumble. The lightning pool filled the sky as tens of thousands of lightning bolts raged. This 4th lightning tribulation was way too terrifying. Just a small part of the lightning pool was already filled with the destructive might of lightning bolts. Boom! The heaven and earth lightning pool came crashing down on Yi Xian. 10,000 bolts of lightning gave birth to the law of primal chaos. It was as if they were going to kill Yi Xian in the next moment. What is he trying to do? Ji Baiyao trembled as she spoke. Because what happened next simply made Ji Baiyao extremely terrified. No. Ji Baiyao was not the only one who was shocked. The people of the various sects were all shocked on the spot because Yi Xian opened his arms to welcome the lightning pool. He actually did not put up any resistance and still wanted to use the 4th tribulation thunder to refine his body. You are courting death. The Lord of the Heavenly Court roared furiously. Even he couldn't accept Yi Xian's suicidal behavior. Is he crazy? Granny Star Lan said in a daze. She looked at Yi Xian as if she was looking at a madman. What a bunch of ignorant people. He has an invincible heart and his ambition is to be the strongest throughout the ages. If he passes through the creation divine tribulation like an ordinary person, then he wouldn't be Yi Xian. In the crowd, the black-robed man whispered in contempt. His gaze towards Yi Xian became more and more fiery. Rumble. Arg. Tens of thousands of lightning bolts wreaked havoc and roared. The 4th lightning tribulation completely submerged Yi Xian. Yi Xian was bathed in the center of the lightning pool. Tens of thousands of lightning bolts wrapped around his body. Not only was it destroying his physical body, but it was also destroying his primordial spirit. Refine. Yi Xian roared crazily. His physical body was collapsing inch by inch. His body was soaked in blood, and his saint's soul was faintly crumbling. However, all kinds of cultivation techniques in his body were circulating violently, and he was undergoing another terrifying transformation. The power of nirvana, space-time, and even the sky-burying art created by Yi Xian became more profound under the tempering of the 4th tribulation lightning. Buzz. The void stagnated, and tens of thousands of laws condensed. Yi Xian's collapsing body was fusing together. His saint's soul was rapidly solidifying, and a terrifying aura was faintly overflowing from his body. Boom! Heaven and earth exploded, and the void shattered. As Yi Xian's body trembled, the lightning pool that submerged him exploded. He had actually passed through the 4th tribulation lightning. Hiss! When Yi Xian walked out of the 4th tribulation lightning, the sound of people sucking in cold air could be heard. The Lord of the Heavenly Grip Court and the others looked at Yi Xian with heavy eyes. A total of 4 tribulation lightning bolts were used to refine his body. Such a person had not appeared for many years. They had not expected to witness such a scene with their own eyes today. Could it be? Could it be that he can really use the tribulation lightning to refine his body like the strongest throughout the ages? The Lord of the Heavenly Grip Court murmured with a gloomy expression. Look! Rumble! While everyone was still in shock, the 5th tribulation lightning was brewing. This time, the the tribulation lightning turned into a furnace of heaven and earth. Raging flames burned fiercely in the furnace, and even the void of heaven and earth was distorted to the extreme. Boom! The furnace of heaven and earth burned everything. Without waiting for the crowd to come back to their senses, the furnace of heaven and earth crashed down on Yi Xian. The lightning fire that was nurtured in it made people feel as if their souls were about to be burned into ashes. At this moment, everyone stared at Yi Xian. They wanted to know if Yi Xian would still choose to use the fifth tribulation lightning to refine his body. Bang! Everything collapsed, and the heavenly fire burned the prairie. The furnace of heaven and earth covered Yi Xian, and the lightning fire devoured Yi Xian instantly. Lightning fire forging golden body. Mountains and rivers exploded, and people roared into the sky. Something that shocked everyone still happened. This time, Yi Xian did not resist at all. He continued to use the fifth tribulation lightning to refine his body. At this moment, everyone was silent, but an extremely oppressive atmosphere was growing. They looked at Yi Xian with extremely solemn eyes. A total of 5 lightning tribulations were used to refine one's body. It sounded like a fantasy, but today, they witnessed it with their own eyes. If it was some mutated or rare battle constitution, the people of the various sects could still accept it. However, Yi Xian was just a mortal, and it was terrifying to such an extent. Inside the furnace of heaven and earth, Yi Xian bathed in the lightning fire and cultivated. His face was extremely distorted because the lightning fire brought him extreme pain. It made him feel as if he was better off dead. What did it mean to pull out tendons and peel the skin? What did it mean to dig out the bones and return the blood? At this moment, the pain that Yi Xian was experiencing could completely explain the meaning of these 2 sentences. This lightning flame was incessantly burning away the impurities within his body, causing his internal organs and bones to emit sizzling sounds. If it was anyone else in his place, they would probably die from the pain on the spot. Fortunately, Yi Xian had experienced too much pain along the way. The pain that came from his body was nothing to him, because Yi Xian could feel that his body was becoming stronger again. He was in pain and happy at the same time. Chapter 1265. Rumble. Yi Xian's body emitted a terrifying golden light. The raging thunder and fire around him were extinguished. The heaven and earth cauldron exploded and Yi Xian's golden light was also shattered. A pitch-black light erupted. Roar. The undead wailed and the ghosts mourned. When Yi Xian emitted this terrifying black light, the cries of ghosts and the howls of gods could be heard. It was accompanied by a bloody aura that filled the sky. What a terrifying murderous aura. Just how many living beings did he kill? Granny Starland's expression greatly changed. Thunder and fire refined his golden body while murderous aura nurtured his origin. His body is completely demonic, but his mind shows no signs of turning into a demon. Plus, he cultivates several supreme forces. I'm afraid this child's origin is not simple. The Heaven Grip Hall Lord solemnly said. Yi Xian had overcome 5 tribulations in a row and even used them to refine his body. This made the Heaven Grip Hall Lord feel that Yi Xian was too mysterious. He had an indescribable fear and suspicion towards Yi Xian. He was afraid that Yi Xian was a divine child from a supreme orthodoxy. He even suspected that Yi Xian could be a divine child from the Temporal Temple or the Immortal Heaven Palace. Among the top 10 most powerful orthodoxies, the higher the ranking, the more terrifying they were. This was especially true for the top 5 most powerful orthodoxies. Even the Lord of all spirits had warned his disciples not to get into conflicts with the top 5 most powerful orthodoxies after attaining Tao. Chaos, fate, space-time, immortal, and human Tao. These were the top 5 orthodoxies. This was especially true for the top 3. It could be said that very few people would be able to see their disciples in several Yuan Hui. Among the 10 supreme forces, the most mysterious ones were the chaos, fate, and spacetime forces. Even the Lord of all spirits couldn't help but sigh when he mentioned them. Yi Xian possessed the power of spacetime and had even nurtured a spacetime tree. In the Heavenhold Hall Master's opinion, it was very likely that Yi Xian was from the Temporal Temple and an extremely important figure. He might even be the strongest seed of the Temporal Temple. However, these were all just his guesses. As for Yi Xian's identity, it had nothing to do with him. The only thing he needed to do was to bring Yi Xian back to the 10,000 Spirit Heavenly Palace. At that time, the 10,000 Spirit Heavenly Master would make the decision. Look, the sixth tribulation lightning has appeared. Someone cried out in alarm, and in the next moment, a terrifying thing happened. Crack! The sky cracked open, and a strand of milky white lightning illuminated the world. Then, it turned into a lightning tribulation blade. At this moment it was releasing a peerlessly sharp aura. Chi! The lightning tribulation blade could cut through all things. It was completely condensed from the law of primal chaos. It did not give Yi Xian any time to catch his breath as it slashed towards Yi Xian. Good timing. Under the nervous gazes of the people from the various sects, Yi Xian roared loudly. He still didn't resist at all and allowed the lightning tribulation saber to slash towards him. This guy is really ruthless to himself. Isn't he afraid of dying under the sixth tribulation lightning? The black-clothed man knew Yi Xian's nature very well. He knew that Yi Xian was a lawless and unscrupulous person who would put himself in danger in order to strengthen himself. However, when he saw Yi Xian continue to take the sixth tribulation lightning head-on, even he broke out in cold sweat for Yi Xian. He was afraid that Yi Xian would die tragically under the sixth tribulation lightning. Boom! The lightning tribulation blade finally landed on Yi Xian's body, but it did not cause any damage to Yi Xian. Instead, it instantly merged with Yi Xian. Crack! Terrifying crack spread around Yi Xian's body. Terrifying lightning wreaked havoc all over his body. The demonic light on his body rumbled and Yi Xian's wild laughter rang out at this moment. What a great lightning tribulation blade! It will help me improve further. Yi Xian roared excitedly. Rumble! The monstrous demonic light on Yi Xian's body gradually dissipated. The gray fog rose again, and the power of nirvanic destruction and the tree of time and space grew taller again. Soon, soon. Just a little more, just a little more. I've already faintly touched the second level of the buried heaven technique. Yi Xian roared crazily in his heart because the first level of the buried heaven technique had already surged to the extreme in his body. He was just a little bit away from comprehending the second level of the buried heaven technique. Unfortunately, the sixth tribulation lightning had passed, and he still had not comprehended the second level of the buried heaven technique. At the same time, when Yi Xian passed the sixth tribulation lightning, the master of the heavenly grip court and the others erupted with an extremely terrifying aura. Obviously, they were about to attack Yi Xian. However, the next moment, the master of the heavenly grip court was dumbfounded on the spot. No, not only the master of the heavenly grip court, but the people of the various sects were also motionless like clay sculptures. It was because the world had changed again, and this time, no one could stay calm. The 9 tribulations of creation. He actually attracted the 9 tribulations of creation. Impossible, how is this possible? How could he attract the 9 tribulations of creation? The most powerful tribulation of all time. Could he really be the most powerful seed? After a full 10 breaths of time, an uproar sounded out, causing the entire world to become extremely noisy. Everyone looked at Yi Xian with gazes that were filled with extreme horror. Rumble. The world was distorted, and the laws were in chaos. Above the eternal blue sky, hundreds of millions of miles of clouds rumbled and rolled, pouring down an extremely terrifying chaotic aura. A blurry face also appeared in the sky. The 9 tribulations of creation. I knew it, I knew that he must have attracted the 9 tribulations of creation. How could he only attract the 6 tribulations of creation today? He will become the most powerful person of all time in the future. I have always believed that he can reach the peak of the chaotic world. The black-robed man clenched his fists and stared at the blurry face in the sky. He was roaring madly in his heart, and his face was extremely distorted. This man must be brought back to the 10,000 Spirit Celestial Palace. Even if we can't take him away, we can't let him live. The master of the heavenly grip court stared at the blurry face in the sky and said in an extremely trembling voice. Attracting the 9 tribulations of creation was already comparable to the master of all spirits in the past. Yi Xian was very likely to be the most powerful person of all time in the next Yuan Hui. If such a person could not be recruited, he must not be allowed to join other orthodoxies. At this moment, the master of the heavenly grip court had already made a decision. No matter whether Yi Xian succeeded or not, he would definitely die today. He must not be allowed to leave alive. 9 tribulations of creation. Yi Xian looked up to the sky and whispered. His heart was trembling to the extreme. The appearance of the 9 tribulations of creation alone had caused him great pressure and made him smell the breath of death. However, Yi Xian was extremely excited because he knew that as long as he could survive the next 3 tribulations, he could completely comprehend the 2nd level of the heaven burial skill. Moreover, the power of nirvana and the power of time and space would also increase tremendously. This was a kind of qualitative transformation. Rumble. The eternal blue sky rumbled and shook. The blurry face in the sky suddenly dissipated, and a milky white cloud whizzed toward Yi Xian. Qi! Qi! Yi Xian sat cross-legged in the void. This time, he frantically activated all kinds of cultivation methods in his body, including the power of nirvana, the space-time tree, and the heaven burial skill. He was ready to face the 9 tribulations of creation later. Woo! Woo! The milky white cloud whizzed down and instantly submerged Yi Xian. Ah! In an instant, Yi Xian's flesh and blood melted in the white mist. His entire body turned into a set of pale bones. This mysterious white mist was simply terrifying to the extreme. He's dead. The master of the heavenly grip court shouted excitedly. Yi Xian. The black-clothed man's expression changed greatly. Buzz. All of a sudden. An ancient bronze scripture quietly appeared above Yi Xian's head. A wisp of mysterious brilliance fell down, and Yi Xian's flesh and blood grew again, instantly restoring his original appearance. When this strange change appeared, the smile on the master of the heavenly grip court's face instantly stiffened. Whoosh, the ancient bronze scripture swayed slightly. The mysterious white mist covered Yi Xian and the ancient bronze scripture. No one knew what was happening. Chapter 1266. Is he dead? Looking at Yi Xian shrouded in the mysterious white fog, the heavenly grip court master asked in a daze. However, even he didn't believe his own words because the calamity hadn't dissipated yet, which meant that Yi Xian was still alive. The 9 calamities of creation, the strongest calamity. If this kid has really passed it, then he can be called the strongest seed. He is fully qualified to compete for the title of strongest of all time in the next Yuan Hui. Granny Star Lan said solemnly. Even without Granny Star Lan's reminder, everyone present understood this principle. It was also because they understood this principle that they were extremely afraid of Yi Xian at this moment. Woo woo woo. The mysterious white fog whistled and moved. From time to time, wisps of gray fog would leak out from the inside. An extremely obscure fluctuation was faintly overflowing. Inside the mysterious white fog, Yi Xian sat cross-legged inside. The ancient bronze scripture swayed slightly and its pages slowly flipped open. A total of 4 small cauldrons appeared on the pages of the scripture. Mysterious words appeared and danced around Yi Xian's body. Chaotic universe, eternal reincarnation, 12 Yuan Hui, heaven burial and earth extermination. Inexplicably, Yi Xian seemed to have fallen into a mysterious epiphany. His lips slightly opened and closed as a series of scriptures came from his mouth. The gray fog around him showed signs of solidifying. And this wasn't the most bizarre thing. The most bizarre thing was that the spacetime tree was rumbling and swaying. Branches were growing out one after another, and on those branches, there were spots of green. From time to time, various scenes flashed by in the spots of green, as if they were recording a certain period of history in the long river of time. The power of nirvanic extermination was also transforming into a long river of nirvanic extermination that constantly surged around Yi Xian. The rumbling of the water was deafening and it was releasing a terrifying aura of nirvanic extermination. At the same time, far away in the depths of the Earth's core of the Great Southern Dipper region, the Earth's core fire surged and surged. Above the surging magma, Yi Xian's external avatar was sitting cross-legged. Yi Xian's external avatar suddenly opened its eyes. A wisp of karma power leaped out, and a wisp of starlight surrounded its body. The two powers seemed to have crossed the barrier of time and space. They instantly appeared beside Yi Xian and quickly merged into his body. This little change was like a drop of water falling into a pot of boiling oil. It immediately caused a drastic change in Yi Xian. Rumble. The bronze Immortal Sutra rumbled and vibrated. The four small cauldrons poured down an immeasurable amount of splendor, and all kinds of supreme power poured into Yi Xian's body. The heaven burial art circulated like the waves of a vast ocean, and a gray light condensed into a solid substance rose from Yi Xian's body. Heaven and earth are black and yellow, the universe is desolate and ancient, the ages are endless, the cycle of reincarnation is buried. Rumble. Yi Xian was chanting the sutras loudly. He was in a completely inexplicable state. Even he did not know what profound meaning the sutras he was chanting contained, but his entire aura was rising to an extreme level. The outside world. A terrifying thing happened again. The eighth tribulation was being nurtured in the sky. This time, it turned into a torrential sea of stars and roared towards Yi Xian. What's going on? The arrival of the eighth tribulation once again shocked everyone. They had not seen Yi Xian's figure yet, but Yi Xian had once again welcomed the eighth tribulation. This was simply shocking. Splash! 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 The torrential sea of stars washed everything. In the next moment, it drowned Yi Xian. His body was being washed by the waves. Wisps of impurities overflowed from the surface of his body, and a flawless radiance bloomed around him. When Yi Xian appeared again, he was lying on his back in the torrential sea of stars. The mysterious splashes did not cause any harm to him. Instead, they seemed to be nourishing him. How can he be fine after the tribulation of the sea of stars and the destruction of his body and soul? The Lord of the Heavenly Grip Court said in shock. He could not believe what he had just seen. The eighth tribulation was extremely terrifying. According to the legends, it could turn a person into ashes. However, Yi Xian seemed to be enjoying it. Unfortunately, no one knew that Yi Xian was in an inexplicable state at the moment. His entire body seemed to be in harmony with the chaotic universe. He did not suffer any harm at all. The torrential sea of stars was cleansing his body and refining the heaven burial art in his body. Such a strange thing caused everyone to be dumbstruck. Some of them even had deathly pale faces as they looked at Yi Xian with eyes filled with extreme fear. I have never heard of such a person undergoing tribulation. He is not undergoing tribulation. He is simply cultivating himself. Granny Star Lawn said in shock. He is indeed the strongest seed. The Lord of the Heavenly Grip Court murmured in a trembling voice. Rumble. While everyone was panicking, the sky changed again. The ninth tribulation was also brewing. This time, it was a torrent of laws that wreaked havoc in the sky. This was a torrent of laws that contained the primal chaos law. Each torrent of laws could destroy a person's divine soul. It was also the most terrifying tribulation of the 9 tribulation of creation. Let's see how he is going to survive the last tribulation. The Lord of the Heavenly Grip Court said ruthlessly. He stared at Yi Xian with boundless killing intent rising in his heart. According to the Lord of the Heavenly Grip Court, it would be best if Yi Xian died in the last tribulation. This way, he could save a lot of trouble. If Yi Xian really survived the 9 tribulation of creation, he would definitely die today. A strong seed who had not grown up was just an ant in the end. As long as he was killed before he grew up, all future troubles could be solved. On the other side, the black-robed man narrowed his eyes slightly. A heavy look flashed across his eyes. Torrent of laws. I don't know if Yi Xian can survive this tribulation. Even if he survives this tribulation, I'm afraid these people will not let him go. I have to prepare a backup plan in advance. The black-robed man whispered gloomily. A wisp of karma power quietly appeared in his palm. He quietly retreated without attracting anyone's attention. If Yi Xian saw this person, he would definitely discover his identity. This black-robed man's appearance was just an illusion. He was the demon ancestor Luo Ho of the past. Back then, Yi Xian and his group went to the chaotic world together. They encountered the Space Bug clan and were separated during that breakout. Unexpectedly, after so many years, Luo Ho was still alive and appeared in this talent's grand gathering. When Yi Xian revealed his identity, Luo Ho naturally recognized him at a glance. This made him extremely excited. However, when he saw Yi Xian's situation, he knew that Yi Xian was in a life-and-death crisis. Naturally, he could not go forward to recognize him. He had to secretly help Yi Xian and help Yi Xian get out of this predicament. Amongst the people that Yi Xian knew, if there was anyone that he valued more, then Luo Ho was definitely one of them. This person was extremely shrewd, and his perseverance on the path of cultivation was also extremely firm. To a large extent, Luo Ho and Yi Xian were the same kind of people. It could be said that they would do anything to achieve their goals. At this moment, Luo Ho's appearance would also be of great help to Yi Xian. Perhaps Luo Ho's cultivation was not as good as the Master of Heavenly Grip Hall and others, but in terms of wisdom, Luo Ho was absolutely terrifying. Chapter 1267. Qi. Qi. Strands of law that could shatter heaven and earth wreaked havoc in the sky. Following a bolt of primal chaos lightning that exploded between heaven and earth, these strands of law slashed towards Yi Xian. He's dead. He didn't believe that Yi Xian would be fine under the torrent of laws. Even if he could survive this tribulation, he would still be heavily injured. In the next moment, something extremely terrifying and strange happened. It almost shocked everyone's jaws off and caused the world to become deathly silent. What did they see? Yi Xian. Law force. When the terrifying ribbons of laws landed on Yi Xian's body, they didn't cause him any harm. Instead, the ribbons of laws turned into mysterious runes that fused into Yi Xian's body. Rumble. Yi Xian suddenly opened his eyes when the principal qi entered his body. A terrifying gray sun rose behind him, and its gray light instantly covered the entire area. The second layer of the heaven's burial art was complete. Yi Xian finally comprehended the second level of the heaven burying technique at the last moment when these terrifying ribbons of laws merged into his body. He formed a mysterious seal with both hands, and a terrifying fluctuation bloomed from his hands. The great gray sun behind him rumbled and turned upside down, bursting out with a terrifying might that could bury the heavens and destroy the earth. Shocking the heavens and earth and making ghosts and gods weep. When Yi Xian comprehended the second level of the heaven burying art, he also comprehended the second timeless great art at the same time. This second timeless great art was called Weeping Ghosts and Gods. A great gray sun radiated with an ancient might. Everywhere it passed, gods and ghosts would be destroyed. Its terrifying technique was not something that outsiders could imagine. Rumble. Rain fell from the sky, golden lotuses sprouted from the ground, and the sky cracked open. Tongtian's spiritual qi poured down and instantly enveloped Yi Xian. He finally stepped into the creation realm successfully. At this moment, the power that burst out was simply terrifying. They were all in the creation realm, but in the eyes of Ji Zhonglu, Nangong Xian, and the others, Yi Xian was definitely stronger than them. Just a glance at him was enough to make them feel terrified. On the other side, even Ziling, who was in the Yin realm, felt a heavy pressure at this moment. She looked at Yi Xian with a complicated expression. The strongest seed, he is indeed the strongest seed. Only the strongest seed can erupt with an aura that even I feel fear, Ji Zhonglu roared in a trembling voice. So what if he's an ultimate seed? Even if he steps into the blessed realm, an ultimate seed who has yet to mature will die without a grave today. Rumble. Tongtian Qi moved the ground and Yin and Yang Qi. The master of the sky grip court burst out with a terrifying cultivation. As a terrifying existence in the Yang birth realm of the Yin-Yang realm, he burst out with all his cultivation in order to kill Yi Xian on the spot. If you are not from my hall, how can I allow you to rise? Rumble. The nine-colored divine light Tongtian Qi pierced the ground. Granny Starlon also burst out with a terrifying cultivation. These two Yang birth realm experts had the intention to kill Yi Xian. The reason was simple. If he was not the strongest seed of their orthodoxy, they had to nip him in the bud. This was also a plan for their orthodoxy. The appearance of a strong seed would add a sense of danger to their orthodoxy. Before the Lord of all spirits attained Tao, there were also many strong seeds. But so what? Some of the strong seeds were killed before they even matured. Back then, the Lord of all spirits had kept a low profile. It was only when he stepped into the immortal realm that he truly swept away all his enemies. Step by step, he advanced towards becoming the strongest of all time and finally became the strongest of all time in the 10th Yuan Hui. You can die now. The master of the sky grip court was filled with killing intent. He walked towards Yi Xian step by step because Yi Xian had already passed the 9 tribulation of creation. Now was the best time to kill him. At this moment, facing the peerless killing intent of the master of the sky grip court and Granny Starlon, Yi Xian stood in the sky without saying a word. It was as if he treated the two of them as air. He was looking up at the sky with a solemn expression. Ha! When Yi Xian's posture was reflected in the eyes of the two, they were stunned. Their footsteps slowed down slightly and they followed Yi Xian's gaze to look at the sky. However, when the two of them saw the changes in the sky, the killing intent that had just risen in their hearts instantly dissipated. They retreated in fear, instantly moving a distance of 1,000,000 li away. How is this possible? The divine tribulation of creation hasn't passed yet. What happened? The master of the sky grip court roared in horror as he stared at the sky above Yi Xian's head. Bean-sized beads of sweat flowed down his cheeks. He was terrified to the extreme. Not only the master of the sky grip court and Granny Starlon, but also the people of the various sects were screaming in horror. They retreated in all directions like birds, keeping a safe distance from Yi Xian. However, everyone's eyes were filled with extreme horror as they looked at the sky. They couldn't believe what they were seeing. What did they see? Whoosh, time and space were in chaos. The long river of time that only existed in legends was rolling over. The sound of the surging waves of time could be heard between heaven and earth. The long river of time seemed to have crossed the barrier of time and space and gradually appeared in this world. The waves of time were surging and the chi of time and space was in chaos. The river of time that ran through the past and the present was surging endlessly. It made people feel as small as ants at a glance. However, it wasn't over yet. Whoosh! Thump! Thump. Thump. It was as if the chaotic universe was trembling and as if the eternal reincarnation was buzzing. A turbid long river seemed to have crossed the chaotic universe and surged over. The turbid river surged with monstrous waves and was rolling in the sky. The long river of time, the long river of fate, and the long river of chaos. When the three long rivers that only existed in legends appeared between heaven and earth, the people of various sects were rooted to the spot in horror. Some of the weak-minded people even spurted out blood and became dispirited. How could this be? Why is this happening? Who is he? How could he attract the three long rivers of legend? The master of the Sky Grip Court shouted in horror. His mind was trembling to the extreme. The 12 tribulations of creation. I see. Yi Xian muttered bitterly. He knew that his tribulation wasn't so simple. How could it be so easy for him to pass through it? It turns out that the 9 tribulations of creation aren't the strongest tribulation. There are actually 12 of them. They should correspond to the 12 periods of the chaotic universe. Yi Xian shook his head with a wry smile. However, the appearance of the 3 long rivers of legend also made Yi Xian feel extremely depressed. He even mocked himself a little. In the past, the Lord of all spirits also faced the 9 tribulations of creation. However, he faced the 12 tribulations of creation and even attracted the 3 long rivers of legend. This was simply thinking too highly of him, Yi Xian. Of course, Yi Xian was in the midst of the tribulation. However, he didn't panic at all. This was because the 3 long rivers above his head weren't real. They were just a kind of vision reflected by the heavens. In other words, the 3 long rivers of legend weren't real. They were just reflections. After all, Yi Xian had just stepped into the creation realm. With his current cultivation, it was impossible for him to make the 3 long rivers appear. Moreover, if the 3 long rivers of legend really appeared, not to mention Yi Xian, even the Lord of all spirits would have to think twice. Of course, although the 3 long rivers didn't really exist, the reflections of the heavens were extremely terrifying. At this moment, it gave Yi Xian a great sense of crisis. Chapter 1268. An Old Legend. There were 3 great rivers in the Chaos verse. One was chaos, the second was destiny, and the third was spacetime. The River of Chaos. It controlled the operation of the universe and contained the infinite mysteries of the Chaos verse. Anyone who could control the River of Chaos could become the Lord of the Chaos verse. The River of Destiny. All living things in the Chaos verse were controlled by the River of Destiny. Legend had it that when the Chaos verse was born, the fate of all living things was branded in the River of Destiny and controlled by the River of Destiny. Legend had it that anyone who could control the River of Destiny could control the fate of all living things in the Chaos verse. The River of Time. The River of Time was also known as the River of Spacetime. It nurtured the mysteries of time and space and allowed one to travel between the past and the future. The 3 great rivers had existed since the birth of the Chaos verse. Legend had it that the existences who controlled the 3 great rivers were the top 3 strongest of all time. The Lord of Chaos, the Lord of Destiny, and the Lord of Spacetime. Although the 10 strongest of all time stood on equal footing, in the hearts of the Chaos verse, these 3 were the strongest of all. The reflection of the heavens and the surging rivers. The legends of the 3 great rivers flashed through Yi Xian's mind and he sighed in his heart. Yi Xian didn't know much about the River of Chaos and the River of Destiny, but he attached great importance to the River of Time because his future self had emerged from the River of Time. In fact, Yi Xian had always had a question. The River of Time had existed since time immemorial. Was the legendary Lord of Spacetime the master of the River of Time? Was the pair of ominous eyes hidden in the depths of the River of Time the legendary Lord of Spacetime? This question had always been buried in Yi Xian's heart, but he had a vague premonition that the ominous eyes didn't belong to the Lord of Spacetime. This was because the gaze of the ominous eyes was so terrifying that even his future self feared them. As for the Lord of Spacetime, since he was able to become one of the strongest of all time, his temperament must have transcended all living things. He definitely wouldn't have such ominous eyes. But if the ominous eyes hidden in the river of time weren't the Lord of Spacetime, then what kind of terrifying existence would they be? Yi Xian instantly thought of many questions, but before he could ponder any further, the three great rivers violently fluctuated and brought him back to his senses. Time. Rumble. The river of time rumbled and surged, bringing along monstrous waves as it surged towards Yi Xian. Although this was only the reflection of the river of time, the power of time and space that filled it still caused Yi Xian's soul to violently tremble. After all, Yi Xian had cultivated the tree of time, so he could summon the river of time. However, summoning the river of time was one thing, and entering the river of time was another. Although the reflection of the river of time that was surging towards Yi Xian was not a real thing, the space-time laws contained within it were real. Time was like a blade that could cut down all geniuses. Under the power of time and space, even an ancient stone would be turned into dust. If Yi Xian was eroded by the laws of time and space, he would probably die. Whoosh. The waves of time surged through the world. This was the tribulation of time, the tribulation of spacetime, and also the most terrifying of the 12 tribulations of creation. In the next moment, Yi Xian was instantly engulfed by the waves of time, and a terrifying thing happened. My body. Yi Xian roared in fear. Under the drowning of the laws of time and space, his physical body actually withered. His hair started to turn gray, and then withered into yellow witchlight. Wrinkles appeared on Yi Xian's face. He seemed to have aged countless years in an instant. A great dizziness appeared in Yi Xian's mind, and his originally vigorous physical body gradually withered. In just an instant, Yi Xian felt as if he had reached the end of his life and turned into a decaying old man. His life was about to dissipate. Terrifying. Extremely terrifying. This was only a reflection of the river of time, and it only contained some space-time laws. However, it gave Yi Xian an extremely terrifying tribulation. Time is like a blade that ages people, burying geniuses under space-time. A simple sentence described Yi Xian's current state. If he could not think of a solution, he would really die in this space-time. Time reversal. Yi Xian looked old, and his back was hunched. However, he did not panic in the face of danger. He continued to roar at the sky. The space-time tree rippled out and swayed slightly above his head. An extremely miraculous thing also happened. Time was reversing, and space was reversing. Yi Xian's old face recovered its youth, and his hunched figure gradually straightened. The space-time tree scattered down strands of space-time power, displaying an extremely miraculous scene. Collect. Yi Xian roared. He formed seals with both hands, and sent out mysterious runes. The space-time tree rumbled and shook. The waves of time that drowned him surged toward the space-time tree. Although these waves of time were not real, they contained space-time laws. Yi Xian's ambition was extremely great. He actually wanted to use the space-time tree to fuse these space-time laws. He hoped that the space-time tree would undergo a qualitative transformation. It had to be said that although Yi Xian was bold, his approach was extremely wise. The space-time tree was compatible with the space-time laws. At this moment, under Yi Xian's actions, an extremely terrifying change indeed occurred. Buzz. The tree of time and space was swaying and rumbling as it fused with the laws of time and space. The tree of time and space was growing crazily. Its originally thin and weak trunk gradually thickened, and the tree's trunk grew by 3 feet. Branches kept growing, and even the tender green on the branches grew green leaves. Rumble. The space-time power went berserk, and the space-time between heaven and earth was distorted. Not only did this time tribulation not hurt Yi Xian at all, but it also caused his space-time power to undergo a qualitative transformation. What a shocking monster! Such a scene was simply frightening. The Lord of Heavenly Grip Hall growled in horror. He looked at Yi Xian with extreme fear in his eyes. At this moment, the Lord of Heavenly Grip Hall was very sure that if Yi Xian stepped into the extreme Yin realm, even if he was in the Yangxing realm, he would die tragically at the hands of Yi Xian. Fortunately, the Lord of Heavenly Grip Hall was very clear-headed. At this moment, Yi Xian was only in the first realm of the Fate realm. Even though he had supreme power, the Lord of Heavenly Grip Hall was still a realm higher than his opponent. If he were not a realm higher than Yi Xian, the Lord of Heavenly Grip Hall would have turned around and left without saying a word, because he did not want to face such a terrifying monster. Wu! The time tribulation was dispersing. Yi Xian had passed through it safely, and it had brought him unimaginable benefits. It should be known that Yi Xian valued the space-time power very much, because it could travel through the past and the future. Yi Xian also had a great ambition. This ambition was: he wanted to control the long river of time and truly control it. He wanted to look back and see the future, and even change everything that had happened in the past and would happen in the future. Chapter 1269. Needless to say, Yi Xian's ambition was extremely great, and it was a type of wishful thinking. Because even the Spacetime Lord wouldn't dare say that he controlled the river of time. Whoosh, the river of destiny was multicolored. It represented the destiny of all living beings. At this moment it was surging through the sky, and the aura of destiny had firmly locked onto Yi Xian. At this moment, Yi Xian's brows were tightly knit together while a wisp of an extremely heavy gaze flashed through his eyes. Even the hairs on his body were standing on end. Unlike the river of time, even though the so-called river of destiny was a reflection and not the real river of destiny, it still contained the laws of destiny. Yi Xian had been able to overcome the tribulation of time because he cultivated the energy of time and had even nurtured a tree of time. Both of them were of the same origin, so the tribulation of time posed no danger to Yi Xian. But the river of destiny was different. Yi Xian had no understanding of the energy of destiny or the laws of destiny, so he had no idea how to overcome the tribulation of destiny. Whoosh, the river of destiny finally surged towards Yi Xian. The laws of destiny were emanating multicolored light that caused the souls of those who gazed at it to freeze. Finally, the river of destiny completely drowned Yi Xian. The terrifying laws of destiny covered Yi Xian, and Yi Xian was completely stunned on the ground like a clay puppet. It was as if he'd lost his soul. What was destiny? It was the most profound of profundities. Destiny was unable to explain it, nor was it able to decipher it. It was like a baby's destiny had been predetermined since the moment it was born, and no one could change it. From birth to death, that was destiny. From a beggar on the streets to become extremely wealthy. That was destiny as well. Destiny was everywhere. You couldn't see it, but destiny would accompany you for your entire life. Everything you experienced was called destiny. Many people had once said that they controlled their own destiny and not the heavens. Unfortunately, that was just a saying. Under the laws of destiny, it was nothing more than a joke. Opportunities, fortuitous encounters, cultivation, downfall, kinship, love, friendship, and so on and so forth. These were all arranged by fate, and they were also predestined by fate. Under the arrangement of fate, a living being had to complete his life. He thought that he was in control of his own fate, but in the end, it was still fate that controlled him. The river of destiny rumbled and surged in accordance with the unchanging laws of time. It contained the fates of all living things, something that had never changed in the slightest. Destiny was one of the supreme laws of the chaos verse, and it was absolutely terrifying. Yi Xian was drowned by the tribulation of destiny. His entire being was being eroded by the laws of destiny. It was extremely difficult for Yi Xian to break free and overcome this tribulation. Crack! Yi Xian's body began to crack. His forehead glowed, and his entire body began to turn illusory. It was as if he had never existed in this world. Extinction. At this critical moment, Yi Xian suddenly sobered up. The power of nirvanic extermination erupted. He wanted to use the power of nirvanic extermination to shatter the fate laws covering him. Qi. 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 It had to be said that the power of nirvanic extermination was truly terrifying. After all, the power of nirvanic extermination was said to be able to annihilate all things. When Yi Xian activated the power of nirvanic extermination, the fate laws around him began to rapidly melt away. But in the next moment, what Yi Xian had been worried about happened. The fate laws that had just dissipated appeared once more, continuing to invade Yi Xian's body, causing him to turn illusory once more. How can this be? Yi Xian couldn't move. He felt as if he really didn't exist in this world. Even the power of nirvanic extermination couldn't cancel out the fate laws. In truth, the power of nirvanic extermination could indeed annihilate all things. It was also a supreme power, but fate was too terrifying. It was an extremely profound law. It seemed as if it didn't exist in this world, but it filled every inch of space. Even the power of nirvanic extermination couldn't destroy it. Am I going to die here? Yi Xian growled ferociously. At this moment, his scalp was tingling because the situation he was in made him feel extremely terrified. There was no fear of death, nor was there any fear of his body dissipating. Yi Xian only felt that his emotions were extremely calm. It was as if he shouldn't exist in this world. It was as if everything was extremely normal. However, it was this feeling that made Yi Xian realize how dangerous he was. It also made him understand how terrifying fate was. To make Yi Xian feel that he shouldn't exist, this feeling was even more terrifying than death. It was the horror that truly destroyed Yi Xian. What should he do? How could he resolve it? Many thoughts flashed through Yi Xian's mind, but he rejected them one by one. Among the trump cards he had, there was no way to resolve the fate tribulation. This wasn't something that could be resolved with cultivation, but something related to the supreme laws of chaos. Supreme laws? Suddenly, Yi Xian was stunned. A flash of inspiration flashed through his mind, as though he had thought of something. The power of nirvanic extermination could annihilate all things. The power of spacetime could affect the past and the future. These two types of power were ineffective against fate, but there was one type of power that could definitely cancel out the fate tribulation. Yi Xian howled madly in his mind as he raised his eyes to look at the river of chaos in the sky. Yes, the river of chaos. The power of fate was everywhere. It was truly terrifying. However, the power of chaos was known as the most primitive power of the chaos verse. It was also known as the most powerful law. The laws of chaos were definitely capable of annihilating fate. What was chaos? In the primordial chaos, everything was nothing. Nothing could exist in the primordial chaos, not even fate. I can use the power of chaos to cancel out the fate tribulation. It seems that this is the only way to resolve this situation. Yi Xian howled madly. Come. Yi Xian did as he said. He erupted with all of his cultivation base. Tongtian's earth-shaking aura rushed towards the river of chaos in the sky. He wanted to attract the chaos tribulation. This was the only way to survive the tribulation of destiny. Whoosh. Yi Xian's movement didn't matter. The long river of primal chaos rumbled as it surged towards Yi Xian with an ancient and boundless might. The primordial chaos was divided into yin and yang, yin and yang became yin and yang, yin and yang became yin and yang, yin and yang became the 4 divisions, and the 4 divisions became the 8 trigrams. The 8 trigrams created heaven and earth, and all things in heaven and earth were born. Cycle after cycle, endlessly growing and multiplying, the cycle of the heavens, the beginning was chaos. Primal chaos was one, primal chaos was Tao. Primal chaos was the beginning of all elemental points and also the end of everything. At this moment, the river of chaos drowned Yi Xian. The terrifying tribulation of destiny collapsed and instantly dissipated around Yi Xian. There was no sign of it remaining at all. However, Yi Xian's actions were like driving a tiger to devour a wolf. Although he had resolved the fate tribulation, his entire body was covered by the power of chaos. This was the most terrifying tribulation of the 12 tribulations of creation. Even the Lord of all spirits had failed to face this tribulation. It was unknown how Yi Xian would survive it. Chapter 1270. The laws of primal chaos filled the sky and covered the earth, drowning Yi Xian like an ocean. No one knew what was happening to Yi Xian, but an obscure aura was faintly seeping out. Who am I? Yi Xian muttered to himself, perplexed. His thoughts had already stagnated. He was in the sea of primal chaos, so he could sense the supreme mysteries of the grand Tao of primal chaos. However, he was greatly puzzled. The mysteries of primal chaos encompassed all things. Yi Xian felt like he was primal chaos. He seemed to have forgotten his own existence, and a profound principle was hidden in his heart. However, something terrifying was happening to Yi Xian. Yi Xian's body gradually turned into mist. He seemed to be fusing with the laws of primal chaos, but he did not realize it. He was deeply immersed in the mysteries of primal chaos, so he had no idea how dangerous it was for him. The so-called primal chaos tribulation contained the supreme laws of primal chaos. It allowed people to comprehend the mysteries of primal chaos, but if they could not maintain their original intentions, they would be assimilated into primal chaos as well. The deeper Yi Xian comprehended the laws of primal chaos, the faster his assimilation speed would be. He would eventually no longer exist within the primal chaos, and this would be a calamity of certain death. Wake up! Suddenly, at this critical moment, a shout poured into Yi Xian's ears. It instantly shook Yi Xian, pulling him back from the laws of primal chaos. Hiss! Yi Xian immediately woke up, and his mist-like body instantly solidified. However, Yi Xian was already covered in cold sweat. He sucked in a breath of cold air, and a lingering sense of fear appeared in his heart. If it were not for that shout, he definitely would have died a tragic death. Kid, the laws of primal chaos are powerful laws. Comprehending them with your current cultivation is no different from seeking death. I can save you once, but I might not be able to save you a second time, Gai Tianyuan growled in shock and anger. But how am I supposed to break out of this situation? Yi Xian frowned. The laws of primal chaos were all around him, and the profundities contained within them made him extremely excited. However, Yi Xian knew that it was filled with infinite danger. At this moment, he was deeply trapped in the primal chaos law, and it was difficult for him to move. If he did not break the primal chaos law, he would die here sooner or later. The 9 tribulations of creation are already the pinnacle of power throughout the ages. I have never heard of the 3 tribulations of time, fate, and chaos. If you want to pass this last tribulation, you can only rely on yourself. Gai Tianyuan sent mentally. There really was nothing he could do. The laws of primordial chaos were simply too terrifying. This was the power of primordial chaos, known as the most powerful energy in the chaos verse. I understand. Yi Xian nodded solemnly. He took a deep breath and then slowly exhaled. He emptied his mind and body and gradually calmed down. Whine. Yi Xian sat cross-legged, his face expressionless. He formed the heaven-burying incantation with both hands, and his entire being sank into an indescribable state of meditation. The primordial chaos tribulation was not something that could be broken by external forces. The power of primordial chaos was known as the most powerful energy. If one wanted to break out of this tribulation, they would have to comprehend their own laws and Tao. Rumble. A gray mist bloomed around Yi Xian, and strands of gray light circled around him. The heaven-burying incantation not only contained the profundities of many supreme techniques, but it also condensed Yi Xian's life of laws and Tao. It could be said that all of Yi Xian's cultivation comprehension was contained in the heaven-burying incantation, and it was the most suitable technique for him. Although it was only at the beginning stage and might not be comparable to supreme techniques, its potential for growth was definitely not below supreme techniques. Since ancient times, when the primordial chaos was created, there was no self, no heaven, no earth, the heavens chanted sutras, and the myriad of laws fell silent. Yi Xian's lips opened slightly, and the sound of the sutras came from his mouth in the void of the heavens. His cross-legged body constantly rotated, and the surrounding laws of primordial chaos danced and circled around him. Thump! 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 Something extremely shocking happened. While Yi Xian was chanting, the 12 primal chaos elements that he'd opened up quietly appeared. 12 gray vortexes spun endlessly behind him, and strands of the laws of primal chaos surged towards the 12 primal chaos elements. This. The outside world could not see Yi Xian's current situation, but Gai Tianyuan could clearly see this shocking change. This caused his mind to tremble as he stared at the 12 dimensions that Yi Xian created, and his eyes were filled with extreme fear. Rumble. The aura of the 12 dimensions was vast, and completely intertwined with the laws of primordial chaos. The 12 rotating vortexes were now emitting astonishing light, as though they were gradually materializing, as though they were about to give birth to something unknown. How can this be? Gai Tianyuan said in shock. He had an indescribable intuition about Yi Xian's current transformation. It was as though the laws of primordial chaos were a product of fusion with Yi Xian's 12 dimensions, and at this moment, the 12 dimensions were undergoing an extremely miraculous change. Primordial chaos universe, 12 dimensions, the beginning of all things, the cycle of reincarnation. For some inexplicable reason, Yi Xian chanted sutras. Perhaps even he himself did not know the meaning behind his chanting. Something extremely shocking happened. Rumble. The 12 dimensions rotated endlessly, and strands of the laws of primordial chaos fused into them. The gray aura around Yi Xian also fused into the 12 dimensions. Hum. Heaven and earth turned upside down, and the scenery changed drastically. The sea of laws of primordial chaos churned violently, and Yi Xian's surroundings changed drastically. His 12 dimensions also underwent a terrifying transformation. Thump. 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 The 12 gray vortexes rotated violently, transforming into objects that resembled stars. They were like 12 great stars. Hum. The bronze Immortal Sutra rippled outwards, and its pages slowly flipped. The images of the 4 heaven-shattering cauldrons glowed faintly, and then transformed into 4 cauldron shadows that fused into the 4 great dimensions. Ding! When the 4 small cauldrons fused into the 4 great dimensions, they instantly exploded with boundless splendor. Yi Xian opened his eyes in a daze. The 12 dimensions were like 12 great stars. 4 of them were radiating brilliance, while the other 8 remained dim and lightless. When this scene appeared before Yi Xian's eyes, he froze on the spot. This is... Yi Xian murmured in a daze. He vaguely thought of something, but he didn't dare to be sure. However, he subconsciously reached out to touch the first great star. In the next moment, Yi Xian felt the world spin. When he opened his eyes again, the scene before him left him pale with fright. The chaotic cosmos was boundless. The power of primordial chaos surged through the primordial chaos universe, and a boundlessly imposing figure walked through the sea of primordial chaos. He held a small cauldron in his hand, and it was releasing an aura of supreme primordial chaos. The Lord of Primordial Chaos? Yi Xian exclaimed in shock. However, he couldn't understand why the image of the Lord of Primordial Chaos would appear in the first dimension of the 12 dimensions he created. Chapter 1271. Rumble. However, before Yi Xian could figure it out, the scene before his eyes rapidly changed. The Lord of Chaos held a small cauldron in his hand as he split the heavens and earth apart. Stars were formed in his hand one after another, and his boundless might was simply terrifying to the extreme. Primal Chaos. The majestic voice of the Lord of Primal Chaos rang out. He held a small cauldron in his hand as he slowly walked into the depths of the Chaosverse. A sorrowful aura burst forth, and Yi Xian suddenly broke free from this scene. Rumble. A moment later, the great stars of the second Yuanhui era rumbled and rotated. Yi Xian subconsciously reached out with his hand, and with a wave of dizziness, Yi Xian appeared in the Chaosverse once more. In the Chaosverse, in the River of Destiny, there was another figure. This person also held a small cauldron in his hand, and the River of Destiny surged beneath his feet. His entire body bloomed with multicolored light, and the terrifying power of destiny bloomed endlessly. Destiny. The Lord of Destiny rumbled forward, and the River of Destiny churned with monstrous waves as it dragged him into the depths of the Chaosverse. An aura of unwillingness burst forth from his body. At this moment, Yi Xian no longer wanted to know why he saw two of the strongest existences of all time in the world he created. He also didn't want to know why both of them had a small cauldron. Yi Xian was only shocked by one thing. Why were the two strongest existences of all time erupting with an aura of unwillingness and sorrow? What exactly was in the depths of the Chaosverse? Why did both of them want to go there? Both of them were known as the strongest existences of all time in the Chaosverse, but judging from their auras, there seemed to be something in the depths of the Chaosverse that they were extremely afraid of. What's in the depths of the Chaosverse? Yi Xian whispered in horror. He suddenly raised his head and followed the Lord of Destiny, wanting to take a look with him. Unfortunately, in the next moment, Yi Xian once again left the second Yuanhui world. However, before he left, he still stared fixedly at the back of the Master of Destiny, hoping to find something useful. Rumble. As Yi Xian stared at the Lord of Destiny one last time, he was shocked to discover that in the depths of the Chaosverse, there was a roar of unwillingness and hatred. A beam of multicolored light streaked across the starry sky as the Lord of Destiny was sent flying. How is this possible? Bzz. Yi Xian left the second Yuanhui era, but he was completely dumbfounded. Of Destiny's body was covered in blood, as though he had suffered some great calamity. How is this possible? Yi Xian said to himself, of Yi was of Destiny. What was in the depths of the Chaosverse? An extremely shocking question arose in Yi Xian's heart. However, a dark cloud enveloped Yi Xian's heart because he had no way of knowing the secret within. Clearly, in the depths of the primal chaos universe, there was something that even the most powerful existences of all time would palpitate in their hearts. Rumble. As Yi Xian's heart trembled, the third Yuanhui era began to rumble. This time, Yi Xian didn't hesitate at all. He reached his hand out towards the third Yuanhui era. Whoosh! 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 The river of time surged, and the stars of the Chaosverse trembled. The power of spacetime howled as the Lord of Spacetime advanced through the river of time with a small cauldron in his hand. Just like the other two sovereigns, he too was heading towards the depths of the Chaosverse. The river of time roiled, and the Lord of Spacetime radiated a desolate aura. Every step he took was incredibly heavy, and not even the flow of time could cover up his desolate aura. This time, Yi Xian pushed his essence, energy, and soul to the absolute limit. He followed behind the Lord of Spacetime, heading towards the depths of the Chaosverse. Unfortunately, this was only an illusion. It wasn't real. The Lord of Spacetime disappeared into the depths of the universe, and Yi Xian was about to leave the third Yuanhui era once more. But this time, Yi Xian stared at the depths of the Chaosverse, hoping to see some of its secrets. Alas, he was disappointed. This time, Yi Xian didn't see anything. He left the third Yuanhui era once more. Huff. 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 Yi Xian panted heavily. He couldn't calm down at all. After watching the images of the past three sovereigns, Yi Xian's heart was shaken to an unimaginable degree. Chaos. Destiny. Spacetime. These three sovereigns had suppressed the primordial chaos of the past and present, but their experiences were exactly the same. What secrets did the depths of the chaos verse hold? After a few dozen breaths of time, Yi Xian finally calmed down. This time, he reached his hand out towards the fourth Yuanhui era. If his guess was correct, the Lord of Undying should be in the fourth Yuanhui era. As expected. After experiencing a bout of dizziness, Yi Xian opened his eyes again. As expected, he saw a figure wrapped in black light standing in the chaotic cosmos with his hands behind his back. When Yi Xian saw the Lord of Undying's figure, he exclaimed in surprise. This was because he realized that the Lord of Undying was completely different from the previous three sovereigns. The Lord of Undying didn't have the small cauldron. He also didn't head towards the depths of the chaos verse. Instead, he stood quietly in the chaotic cosmos, looking at the mysterious place in the distance. Sigh. With a long sigh filled with unwillingness and sorrow, the Lord of Undying turned and left. His aura was lonely and bleak, as if he had aged too much at this moment. Buzz. Yi Xian left the fourth Yuanhui era once more. But this time, he discovered a great secret. The small cauldron. It's the small cauldron. Yi Xian roared with a trembling voice. When the three sovereigns headed to the depths of the chaos verse, they all carried a small cauldron in their hands. However, the Lord of Undying didn't have it. In the end, he only glanced at it before leaving helplessly. Clearly, the small cauldron was an extremely important item. It was also an opportunity to enter the depths of the chaos verse. It was as if without the small cauldron, even the sovereigns of Undying weren't qualified to enter. In order to verify his judgment, Yi Xian stretched out his hand towards the fifth Yuanhui era again. Sure enough, just as Yi Xian expected, the Lord of Human Tao was in the fifth Yuanhui era. She also only glanced at it before shaking her head bitterly and leaving. The sixth Yuanhui era, the seventh Yuanhui era, the eighth Yuanhui era, the ninth Yuanhui era, apart from the first three sovereigns of Undying, the other sovereigns were the same. They didn't have the small cauldron in their hands. They only glanced at it before turning and leaving. As for the 10th Yuanhui era, Yi Xian couldn't enter at all. If Yi Xian guessed correctly, the Lord of all spirits in the 10th Yuanhui era shouldn't have discovered this secret. After all, she had just attained the Tao 100 million years ago. As for the 11th and 12th Yuanhui era, Yi Xian couldn't even think about entering because these two worlds were extremely sturdy. According to Yi Xian's guess, these two Yuanhui eras hadn't opened yet. Chapter 1272. Something's not right. Yi Xian muttered in horror as he recalled something. It wasn't that the Undying Heaven Lord didn't have the tiny cauldron. Pangu had stolen it in the past. Yi Xian had a huge question. If the Undying Heaven Lord had the tiny cauldron, why hadn't he ventured into the depths of the chaos verse? Apprehension? Fear? Or did he not dare to? If even the Undying Heaven Lord didn't dare to venture into the depths of the chaos verse, then how terrifying was that place? Furthermore, Yi Xian discovered an extremely huge secret. That was, the legend said that there were only 9 heaven-shattering cauldrons. If he wasn't wrong, there should be 12 of them. However, 3 of them had always been in the hands of the 3 strongest throughout the ages, while the remaining 9 were scattered throughout the chaos verse. If the chaos verse and the destiny spacetime each had a heaven void cauldron, then there were still 5 missing cauldrons. The 12 cauldrons corresponded to the 12 chaos periods, forming a chaos verse. Perhaps as long as he gathered all 12 cauldrons, he would be able to uncover the secrets hidden in the depths of the Chaosverse. Yi Xian's thoughts were in a mess. He couldn't make sense of the various relationships at all. Everything before him was shrouded in a fog. Even though he had learned some secrets about the relationship between the strongest throughout the ages and the tiny cauldrons, the fog ahead was too thick. He couldn't make sense of it at all. While Yi Xian was lost in thought, the Chaosverse of the 12 Chaos periods rumbled as it underwent a huge change. Yi Xian was jolted awake. Rumble. The Chaosverse was vast and boundless. Massive stars were born one after another as the sea of stars floated up and down. Time seemed to have sped up countless times, causing the entire Chaosverse to move faster. At this moment, Yi Xian felt as if he'd transformed into the primordial chaos universe. He'd witnessed the birth of the primordial chaos universe, and he'd seen it constantly improve until it reached its peak. The first period, the second period, the third period, the 12th period, in that instant, Yi Xian felt as though he had experienced the Chaosverse of the 12 periods. When the Chaosverse reached its peak, an extremely terrifying scene appeared. Bang! The Chaosverse shook violently, and the 12 periods exploded. The entire Chaosverse ceased to exist, and everything turned into nothingness. Annihilation and non-existence, all things vanish without a trace. When Yi Xian saw the destruction of the Chaosverse, his entire body trembled. But a moment later, before Yi Xian could recover from his shock, the Chaosverse was born once more, and the 12 Yuanhui worlds appeared once more. Samsara. Yi Xian suddenly opened his eyes. The 12 Yuanhui realms were still rotating in front of him, as if everything he had just encountered was just an illusion. However, Yi Xian was absolutely certain that what he had just seen was absolutely not an illusion. He had truly witnessed the birth and destruction of the Chaosverse. Could it be that reincarnation exists in the Chaosverse as well? Yi Xian murmured in a trembling voice as a wisp of fear and unease flashed through his eyes. Whoosh! Suddenly, the vast sound of water entered Yi Xian's ears. In the third period, time flowed like a river, and a pair of extremely fierce eyes could be vaguely seen within the river of time. These eyes were monstrously fierce, and they carried with them the mottled aura of time. They simply shocked Yi Xian to the extreme. It's him. Yi Xian whispered in shock. He saw those eyes again, and although it was only for an instant, it caused Yi Xian's heart to tremble to the extreme. Boom! A moment later, before Yi Xian could recover from his shock, the 12 Yuanhui realms disappeared, and Yi Xian appeared in the outside world. It was as if everything that had just happened was just an illusion. The chaos tribulation had already retreated, and the sky had returned to normal. Yi Xian stood there in a daze. Only now did he realize that he had unknowingly passed the chaos tribulation. The world was silent, and everything was silent. The people of various sects were watching Yi Xian from a million miles away. Even the Lord of the Heavenly Holding Court and the others were staring at Yi Xian in horror. No one dared to act rashly. He passed the 12 tribulation of creation. The Lord of the Heavenly Holding Court said in a trembling voice. He looked at Yi Xian with great fear in his eyes. This time, he didn't dare to act rashly because there were too many uncertainties about Yi Xian. He didn't know if Yi Xian had really completed the 12 tribulation of creation. In the sky, Yi Xian slowly exhaled a mouthful of turbid qi. He suppressed his agitated mind. He could feel his strength even more. Not only was his physical body unparalleled, but his cultivation had also improved qualitatively. Even the sky-burying technique and the space-time nirvana force had improved unimaginably. However, that wasn't the most important thing. The most important thing was that Yi Xian could feel that his 12 Yuanhui worlds had undergone an extremely shocking change after going through the 12 tribulation of creation. However, Yi Xian didn't know what kind of change it was at the moment. He needed to explore it bit by bit in the future. Boom! Yi Xian took a step forward and the space-time force rippled out. He actually shuttled through space and instantly disappeared on the spot. When this scene appeared, the Lord of the Heavenly Holding Court and the others were stunned. It took them a long time to come back to their senses. We can't let him go. The Lord of the Heavenly Holding Court suddenly came to his senses. His young birth realm cultivation suddenly erupted and directly sealed this world. However, in the next moment, a shocking change occurred. Rumble. A blood sea formation rose with a rumble and instantly covered this world. Terrifying demonic light rose from the ground and formed a sky-sealing formation, trapping the Lord of the Heavenly Holding Court and the others inside. Obviously, this was Luo Ho's method. He had already set up a death formation nearby. Although it couldn't cause any harm to the Lord of the Heavenly Holding Court and the others, it wouldn't be a problem to block them for a while. Which scoundrel dares to scheme against me? The Heavenly Grip Court Lord roared furiously. When he reached out with his 5 fingers, this part of the world was about to explode from his grasp. The sky-sealing absolute formation was shattered by his grasp. However, after a short delay, the Lord of the Heavenly Holding Court could no longer sense Yi Xian's aura. Obviously, the other party had already escaped from this world. Damn it! The Lord of the Heavenly Holding Court roared furiously. Endless mountains turned into ashes and surging airwaves swept in all directions. However, no matter how furious he was, he had lost track of Yi Xian at this moment. Find him. Even if you have to dig 3 feet into the ground, you must find him for me. The Lord of the Heavenly Holding Court roared furiously. Not to mention that Yi Xian cultivated all kinds of supreme techniques, just the fact that he attracted the 12 tribulations of chaos was enough to shock the entire chaotic world. If this matter were to spread out, the other supreme orthodoxies would definitely find this person. If he was a step late, he would definitely be severely punished by the 10,000 Spirit Heavenly Palace. The boundless sky was surging. Yi Xian's entire body was wrapped in the power of time and space as he shuttled through the sky at an extremely fast speed. With the power of time and space around him, Yi Xian's entire body was traversing through space. Chapter 1273. To be honest, Yi Xian did not want to leave. He wanted to test the gap between him and the Lord of the Heavenly Grip Court to verify his newly attained creation realm cultivation. Unfortunately, Yi Xian knew that this was not realistic. He had exposed too many secrets. If he continued to tangle with the Lord of the Heavenly Grip Court and the others, there would definitely be a huge change. After all, he possessed the power of nirvanic destruction and space-time. These 2 orthodoxies alone would come knocking on his door. This was not the result he wanted to see. Yi Xian, we haven't seen each other for many years. You're still so unscrupulous. Suddenly, a figure appeared in front of Yi Xian. This also made Yi Xian stop in his tracks as a smile appeared at the corner of his mouth. Luo Ho, I knew it was you. Yi Xian said with a smile. There was a touch of gentleness in his eyes. To be able to see an old friend of the past, Yi Xian was indeed a little emotional. Demon ancestor Luo Ho. At this moment, he had already returned to his original appearance. He was looking at Yi Xian with a smile, but there was also a hint of emotion in his eyes. After not seeing you for 1,000,000 years, I didn't expect you to have already stepped into creation realm. I really didn't misjudge you, Luo Ho said softly. You're not bad either. You've stepped into the 9 heaven Saint King realm in 1,000,000 years. You're not far from creation realm. Yi Xian saw through Luo Ho's cultivation at a glance. However, what surprised Yi Xian was that there was a touch of red light around Luo Ho's body, which actually gave him an unfathomable feeling. Obviously, Luo Ho had already cultivated the boundless secular technique to an extremely profound level. The power of karma had probably improved beyond imagination. After all, Luoho specialized in cultivating the boundless secular technique back then and had already cultivated the power of karma. After 1,000,000 years, his achievements were definitely very high. Moreover, Luoho's aptitude was only above his, and definitely not below his. The other party specialized in one technique, so his progress would definitely be unimaginably fast. Earlier, I was still wondering who set up a grand formation to block the Heavenhold clan master. Now, it seems like you're the one who helped me, Yi Xian said with a smile. Hearing Yi Xian's words, Luoho smiled bitterly and helplessly. Forget it. I'm just the icing on the cake. I'm sure that with your ability, you can get out of this predicament even without my help. This isn't the place to talk. Come with me. Luoho called out to Yi Xian, and the two of them instantly disappeared into the blue dome of heaven. The peak of the cloud mountain was shrouded in a sea of fog. Yi Xian and Luoho were sitting cross-legged. Their surroundings were sealed by a grand array, so no one could detect their location. Lost? Yi Xian frowned slightly and murmured in a low voice. Yes. Back then, you killed your way out, and Yuan Ling and I took the opportunity to escape. Unfortunately, the Space Zerg tribe was too large, and we were finally separated, Luoho said helplessly. Are they still alive? Yi Xian asked. They should still be alive. After all, when we were separated, we were not far from the chaotic world. Moreover, you led away a large number of Space Zerg tribe. With their cultivation at that time, they should be able to enter the chaotic world. Luoho paused for a moment and continued, I'm not worried about Yuan Ling. After all, he knows the chaotic world well. But Fatso Huang and Gu Beichen are too weak. Moreover, they know nothing about the chaotic world. I'm afraid that Luoho wanted to say something but hesitated. He was obviously worried that the two of them would be in danger. This was exactly what Yi Xian had been worried about. After all, Fatso Huang and Gu Beichen were his brothers who had followed him all the way from the mortal realm. If they really had an accident, Yi Xian would never accept the result. Looking at Yi Xian's frowning eyebrows, Luoho comforted him, but you don't have to worry too much. Although their cultivation is not high, Fatso Huang is extremely cunning, and Gu Beichen is very talented. As long as they enter the chaotic world, they will be able to handle it with ease. Yi Xian could only nod at Luoho's words. The worry in his heart did not lessen at all, but he had no other choice. After all, there was no news about Fatso Huang and the others at the moment. What happened next was very simple. Yi Xian and Luoho had not seen each other for 1,000,000 years. They told each other about their experiences in the past 1,000,000 years, which made them sigh. It turned out that when Luoho fought his way out of the siege, he was also seriously injured. Fortunately, he cultivated the boundless secular world technique. After all, this was the strongest technique, so he recovered from his injury in a very short time. What happened next was very simple. Luoho joined a big sect called the Senluo Demon Palace. Although it was not as famous as the Butian sect, it was also a very famous sect in the Central Territory. Luoho became a disciple of the Senluo Demon Palace. Since his aptitude was extremely high, he was naturally carefully nurtured by this big sect and became the demon son of this big sect. With the protection of the Senluo Demon Palace, Luoho could cultivate in peace. In the past 1,000,000 years, he had passed the Great Saint Tribulation, and then stepped into the Saint King realm with the help of the boundless secular world technique. Now, he was only one step away from breaking through to the creation realm. In the chaotic world, Luoho's aptitude was considered to be above average. Luoho naturally participated in this year's Prodigy Grand Gathering. However, he deliberately gave up early because he came to participate in this Prodigy Grand Gathering because he heard Lu Bai's name. It was not until Yi Xian revealed his identity that Luoho began to set up the ultimate formation. He knew that Yi Xian would be in danger, which was why the two of them met at this moment. Fellow Daoist Yi, your current situation is far too dangerous. This place isn't like the chaos world, it's filled with danger everywhere. With so many of your secrets exposed, those supreme orthodoxies will definitely not let you off. Why don't you return to the Sanluo Demon Palace with me? This way, you can hide your tracks. The two of us can cultivate together and take care of each other. Luo Ho said earnestly. Sanluo Demon Palace. Yi Xian muttered to himself. Since it had the word demon in it, it was obvious that this orthodoxy was not good. However, Luo Ho was right. Now that many of his secrets had been exposed, the various supreme orthodoxies would definitely search for him. Moreover, the first one that would not let him go was the Myriad Spirit Palace. I appreciate your kindness, but I still have something to settle. After I settle it, I will definitely go to the Sanluo Demon Palace to look for you. Yi Xian gave Luo Ho an answer after some consideration. What else do you want to do? Luo Ho frowned slightly. Kill. Yi Xian smiled sinisterly. His voice was extremely cold. Who do you want to kill? Luo Ho asked in a daze. Naturally, it's that heavenly grip Hall Master. After all, he has tried to kill me time and time again. If I don't kill him, how can I relieve the hatred in my heart? Yi Xian smiled coldly. However, there was one thing that he did not say. Killing the Heavenly Grip Hall Master was only secondary. What he truly valued was the other party's cultivation. After going through various experiences in the 12 Yuanhui worlds, although Yi Xian had stepped into the creation realm, he was not satisfied. This was because he realized that he was too weak. If he cultivated step by step, even if he waited until the next Yuanhui world opened, his cultivation would only be at the immortal realm at most. This was definitely not the result that Yi Xian wanted to see. Moreover, the Heavenly Grip Hall Master was in existence at the Yang Birth realm. If he could devour his cultivation, it would definitely greatly shorten his cultivation time. As the saying went, wealth comes from danger. In order to become stronger at the fastest speed, some risks had to be taken. At this moment, the Heavenly Grip Hall Master was his best choice. No. Not only the Heavenly Grip Hall Master, but also Granny Star Lawn of the Extreme Emotion Heavenly Palace, and even the spiritual sons of the great sections. Every one of their cultivation was higher than his. Devouring their cultivation was definitely a great opportunity. At this moment, these people were looking for him everywhere, so they would definitely relax. They would never think that Yi Xian would return to their side. This also gave Yi Xian an opportunity to take advantage of. Luo Ho was an extremely smart person. Moreover, he was no stranger to Yi Xian's way of doing things. When he saw Yi Xian's face full of killing intent, he had already vaguely guessed what Yi Xian was thinking. But you are only at the creation realm. Even if you use some poisonous tricks to ambush and kill them, the danger in it. Luo Ho frowned slightly and was faintly worried. So, I need you to help me. As long as you and I work together, even if the Heavenly Grip Hall Master is at the Yang Birth realm, he will definitely die without a burial place. Yi Xian said with a sinister and strange smile. Chapter 1274. This. Luo Ho looked troubled. He wanted to advise Yi Xian not to take the risk, but when he saw Yi Xian's gloomy face, he knew that even if he tried to dissuade Yi Xian wouldn't listen. Looking at Luo Ho's troubled expression, Yi Xian narrowed his eyes and said, "Fellow Taoist Luo Ho, I haven't seen you for many years. How come you've become more and more timid? I remember that you would do anything to achieve your goals. Now, a mere young life realm cultivator can make you so troubled." Okay, I agree. Luo Ho finally agreed, but his eyes moved and he smiled, but you and I have to agree in advance that the Heaven-Holding Hall Master's Qiankun pouch will belong to me. After all, I, Luo Ho, don't want to help you for nothing. Deal. Yi Xian laughed heartily and naturally agreed. To be exact, Luoho and Yi Xian were enemies, not friends. However, after experiencing a series of events, the two of them could be considered to have a great friendship. At this moment, they could be called friends. However, even brothers had to settle accounts clearly. If he wanted Luoho to help him, he naturally couldn't leave out Luoho's benefits. Yi Xian was very clear about this matter. Friendship was friendship, and benefits were benefits. These two things had to be separated clearly and couldn't be mixed together. This had always been Yi Xian's way of life. In this world, there were only eternal benefits and no eternal friends. Yi Xian had always believed in this sentence. Of course, Lu Bai was an exception. Because the two of them had a life and death friendship, it was no longer related to benefits. However, it was still better to separate things from Luoho. What happened next was very simple. Yi Xian and Luoho began to plan. Both of them were black-hearted and vicious people. Now that they were working together, the poison scheme that they devised was absolutely vicious to the extreme. Eternal demonic light, Tong Tian arrived at the place. An ancient palace floated in the void. Demonic figures were faintly discernible between heaven and earth. From time to time, a few black flames could be seen flashing across the void, making this ancient palace mysterious and profound. Demon Lord, the person you're looking for has appeared. On an altar, several black-robed old men were prostrating themselves on the ground, kowtowing to an ancient bronze mirror with an extremely pious expression. Buzz! The heaven-swallowing demonic light was throbbing, and a black fog was rising from the ancient bronze mirror. A blurry figure appeared in the bronze mirror. Although it did not release any power, it was just a blurry figure, but it was enough to make the old men tremble and their foreheads touch the ground. Find him and bring him back to the heaven-devouring devil palace. I want to meet him. Demon Lord, demon demon to the demon, demons to the demons to the demon is to, but you. An old man trembled as he spoke. He was also trying to probe if Yi Xian had an unusual relationship with the heaven-devouring demon lord. Devouring demonic art? The figure in the ancient mirror murmured, and a light chuckle could be heard. He doesn't cultivate the devouring demonic art. If I'm not wrong, he should have a heaven-shattering cauldron. Demon Lord paused for a moment, then said, Go, bring him back to the hall. Don't really take his life. Yes, Demon Lord. The old man hurriedly kowtowed, and the figure in the ancient mirror gradually disappeared. Undying Heaven Palace. The same scene appeared. A majestic figure appeared in a bronze mirror. His entire body was covered by black fog, and several old men with terrifying auras were kneeling in front of him. The destined person has appeared. It seems like the undying immortal scripture that Pangu took away was also obtained by this person. Go, bring him here. I want to see him personally. Yes, Heavenly Lord. The old men hurriedly kowtowed, and the undying Heaven Lord's figure also disappeared in the bronze mirror. Temporal Temple. Sigh. An illusory figure appeared in the temporal temple. He looked at the entire chaotic universe from afar, and a sorrowful aura radiated from him. What will come will come. His present body has appeared, and I haven't seen this old friend of mine for a long time. It seems like it's time to meet him. His future has failed. Where will he go in this life? This person's words were strange, and no one knew what he was talking about. In the next moment, he sent out a temporal decree and disappeared from the temporal temple. The chaotic universe shook, and an uproar broke out. An earth-shattering news spread. Someone had pretended to be the 9th spirit son of the 10,000 spirit palace to participate in the prodigy's banquet, and even ushered in the 12 tribulations of fortune. When this news spread throughout the central region, the various great sects were alarmed, especially some of the strongest orthodoxies. They all sent out yin-yang cultivators to search for Yi Xian. However, this was not the end. When the news of Yi Xian possessing three supreme powers spread everywhere, the undying Heaven Palace and heaven-devouring Demonic Palace were extremely shocked. They both sent out a large number of people to search for Yi Xian. However, this was not the most shocking news. Another shocking news spread throughout the chaotic world. There were disciples of the Temporal Temple roaming the world, and they were also searching for Yi Xian's traces. The Temporal Temple had not appeared since ancient times. The disciples of the Temporal Temple rarely appeared in the chaotic universe, and every one of them was extremely mysterious. Now that a disciple of the Temporal Temple had appeared in the world, it immediately caused a huge commotion. And the initiator of all this was this person called Yi Xian. On the other side, the Heavenly Grip Hall Master led people to search for Yi Xian's traces, and the people of the various sects did not leave either. They all wanted to find Yi Xian. The Heaven-Mending sect immediately became the target of public criticism, and countless terrifying figures rushed towards the Heaven-Mending sect. In the Greenwood Pavilion of the Heaven-Mending sect, the Heavenly Grip Hall Master's face was gloomy. He kept pacing in the hall, and an extremely sinister aura bloomed around him. This man has the supreme talent. Sooner or later, he will become a hidden danger of the 10,000 Spirit Heavenly Palace. The Heavenly Grip Hall Master murmured with a touch of fear in his eyes. Hall Master, someone is outside asking to see you. Lin Daosan walked over quickly and bowed to the Heavenly Grip Hall Master. No. The Heavenly Grip Hall Master said coldly. During this period, there were always people from various sects coming to visit him, but he was not in the mood to entertain them. At this moment, all his thoughts were on Yi Xian. But he claims to be from the Temporal Temple. Lin Daosan quickly said. What? The Temporal Temple? The Heavenly Grip Hall Master's face changed greatly. He never thought that the Temporal Temple would come to him. You must be the Heavenly Grip Hall Master, right? Suddenly, a slender figure appeared out of thin air. This person had long gray hair scattered over his shoulders, and his body was rippling with the power of time and space. Just his appearance made the Heavenly Grip Hall Master's face change. He did not even notice how the other party came in. The Heavenly Grip Hall Master had long heard that a disciple of the Temporal Temple had appeared in the world, but he did not expect him to come to him so quickly. It seemed that the other party also came for Yi Xian. Chapter 1275. So it's a friend from the Temporal Temple. May I know why you're looking for me? The Lord of the Heavenly Grip Court did not dare to be negligent and asked cautiously. This is not the place to talk. Please follow me, Brother Heavenly Grip. The gray-haired man said faintly and turned to leave. The Lord of the Heavenly Grip Court did not dare to be negligent and quickly followed behind. The two gradually disappeared from the Greenwood Pavilion. Whoosh, 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 whoosh. The Lord of the Heavenly Grip Court was puzzled as to where the man was taking him, but he did not suspect him at all. After all, someone who could use the power of spacetime must be from the Temporal Temple. Moreover, as the news of Yi Xian spread, people from various supreme orthodoxies came to inquire about Yi Xian. Half a day passed. The gray-haired man finally slowed down and landed on a nameless mountain peak. The Lord of the Heavenly Grip Court did not suspect him and also landed on the peak of the mountain. However, the Lord of the Heavenly Grip Court felt a little strange. The nameless mountain peak was littered with rocks and looked a little messy, which gave him a bad feeling. Brother, why did you bring me here? The Lord of the Heavenly Grip Court frowned slightly. He vaguely felt that something was wrong, but he was still at the Young Birth Realm after all. Even if the man was from the Temporal Temple, he still had the power to resist. Haven't you been looking for me? Why don't you recognize me when I appear in front of you? The gray-haired man slowly turned his head and a creepy smile appeared on his face. His appearance gradually changed. Who else could it be other than Yi Xian? It's you. In the next moment, the Lord of the Heavenly Grip Court's expression changed drastically. He never thought that Yi Xian would actually dare to appear in front of him and even be bold enough to pretend to be from the temporal temple. I have to say that you're very bold. Don't you know that you're courting death? The Lord of the Heavenly Grip Court calmed down completely. He first looked around before looking at Yi Xian coldly. An extremely terrifying murderous intent filled the air. Courting death. Yi Xian smiled, but his smile was very evil and filled with extreme bloodthirst. Let's see who's going to die today. Yi Xian smiled cruelly and disappeared from the top of the mountain. Rumble. The world turned dark as astral winds whistled. The rocks on the mountain peak soared into the sky as strands of star patterns streaked across the sky. An extremely terrifying formation instantly covered the entire mountain peak. Array formation. The Lord of the Heavenly Clan smiled contemptuously. He didn't put this array in his eyes at all. However, he didn't know that Yi Xian had spent a lot of effort to set up this stellar source final array. After all, Yi Xian had inherited the Chaos Star Master's legacy. Although his main body hadn't cultivated the star origin art, his clone had cultivated this art, which also gave him the ability to set up the Chaos Ultimate Array. Karma. Suddenly, Luoho walked out from the dark. He struck out strands of karma power, which instantly filled the entire ultimate array. Luoho looked at the Lord of the Heavenly Grip Court with a cruel and hideous smile. Space-time annihilation. The next moment, Yi Xian struck out 2 strands of supreme force, which instantly filled the stellar source final array. When the 3 supreme forces intertwined, the terrifying power that erupted was almost enough to destroy the world. How dare you! The Lord of the Heavenly Grip Court roared. When the 3 supreme forces were added to the stellar source final array, he felt a huge pressure even though he was in the yin-yang realm. Die! Yi Xian bellowed ferociously. He had spent a lot of heaven and earth treasures to set up this ultimate array. He had even joined forces with Luoho to inject their supreme forces into it in order to kill the Lord of the Heavenly Grip Court. Break! Hom long long. Yin and Yang Qi soared into the sky, stirring up the ultimate array in the void. The Lord of the Heavenly Grip Court was indeed a terrifying figure in the yin-yang realm. At this moment, his Yangsheng realm cultivation was actually about to break the stellar source final array. Go to hell. Yi Xian and Luoho's expressions changed. They didn't expect the Yangsheng realm to be so terrifying. Fortunately, they were prepared. The 3 supreme forces frantically poured into the stellar source final array. Yi Xian even waved his hand and sprinkled a dozen myriad poisons powder. He wanted to kill the Lord of the Heavenly Grip Court in one fell swoop. According to their calculations, the Lord of the Heavenly Grip Court was indeed very strong. If they fought him head-on, they would have no chance at all. However, they were prepared and would never give the Lord of the Heavenly Grip Court a chance to escape. It had to be said that the inheritance of the Chaos Star Master was indeed terrifying. The absolute array set up by him suppressed the Lord of the Heavenly Grip Court to the lowest level. The 3 supreme forces strangled the Lord of the Heavenly Grip Court. Coupled with the myriad poisons powder, the Lord of the Heavenly Grip Court was indeed in a desperate situation. Unfortunately, whether it was Yi Xian or Luoho, the 2 of them didn't know how terrifying the Yangsheng realm was. In the next moment, the Lord of the Heavenly Grip Court erupted with power that directly shattered the stellar source final array. The Yangsheng realm. This was an entire realm higher than the creation realm, and the difference between them could be said to be like the difference between heaven and earth. In front of absolute strength, even if Yi Xian and Luoho colluded to kill the Heavenly Clan Master, an accident still happened in the end. Sure enough. Yi Xian frowned. He didn't panic at all when the stellar source final array was broken. It was as if this result was within his expectations. Myriad poisons powder. Chaos killing array. Ultimate strength. The Lord of the Heavenly Grip Court sneered and growled, "Unfortunately, your cultivation is too weak. If I had the cultivation of the Yin realm, maybe I would have been killed by you. Now, you have no more chance. The Yin-Yang realm is really powerful, but I'd like to see how big the gap is between you and me. Suddenly, Yi Xian took a step forward. The sky-burying skill was running crazily in his body. The gray light covered his whole body, and the chaotic 12 Yuanhui world appeared behind him. From the beginning to the end, Yi Xian had always wanted to fight with the Lord of the Heavenly Grip Court. This feeling was very urgent. Firstly, Yi Xian wanted to verify how much battle prowess he had in the creation stage. Second, Yi Xian had an intuition that came from the chaotic 12 Yuanhui world that he had opened up. Just like when he had passed the Saint Tribulation of the mutated chaos, he could crush a holy king with the body of a supreme saint. Now that he had passed the 12 Yuanhui tribulations, could he fight with the Yin-Yang realm? The Lord of the Heavenly Grip Court was a good whetstone to test Yi Xian's inner thoughts. Yi Xian had a feeling that after passing the 12 Yuanhui world, his chaotic 12 Yuanhui world would not be so simple. Even if he was not a match for the Lord of the Heavenly Grip Court, it should be impossible for him to kill him. However, all of this was Yi Xian's speculation. As for the result, he still needed to fight with the Lord of the Heavenly Grip Court to draw a conclusion. However, Yi Xian didn't know that a pair of quiet eyes were watching him from a million miles away. There was a strange look in the eyes, and a murmur came from the mouth. Is he the Lord of Time and Space? Chapter 1276. Rumble. The lawful embodiment of heaven and earth surged with fighting spirit. Tongtian's earth-shaking light pierced through the sky. Yi Xian's essence, qi, and spirit were sublimated to the extreme. His entire state was raised to the extreme. I'll take your life. Buzz. A ray of black light streaked across the sky, and the heaven-destroying halberd fell into Yi Xian's hand. The Nirvana battle suit instantly covered his body, and the sky-burying technique was operating violently. Yi Xian violently charged towards the Lord of Heavenly Grip Hall. Although Yi Xian had just stepped into the creation realm, his combat strength was extremely terrifying after crossing 12 creation tribulations. It was definitely not as simple as it seemed on the surface. Junior, you're still far from it. The Lord of Heavenly Grip Hall roared furiously. He was a dignified existence in the young birth realm. If he couldn't even suppress a junior in the creation realm, then he was simply the biggest joke in the world. Boom! The Lord of Heavenly Grip Hall stretched out his 5 fingers as if he wanted to crush this part of the world. Even the laws of heaven and earth were extremely chaotic. With the power to destroy heaven and earth, the Lord of Heavenly Grip Hall pressed down on Yi Xian. What was the Yin-Yang realm? The chaos was divided into Yin and Yang, and Yin and Yang formed heaven and earth. The so-called Yin-Yang realm was a process of comprehending the mystery of the chaos. It was also a cultivation method that allowed one to use the chaos to display a peerless divine ability. A blade of grass could split the sky, and a stone could fill the sea. This was the terror of the Yin-Yang realm, and it was a realm that the creation realm could not surpass. One step into the Yin-Yang realm meant life and death, and the half-step into the path-seeking realm meant eternity. The mystery of the chaos and the truth of heaven and earth. The divine ability of the Yin-Yang realm was definitely not something that the creation realm could imagine. Back then, when Ziling killed a creation realm expert, she only needed to casually attack to scatter the opponent's soul. From this, it could be seen how big the gap between the Yin-Yang realm and the creation realm was, not to mention that the Lord of Heavenly Grip Hall was in the young birth realm. Of course, Yi Xian was not an ordinary creation realm expert, because he had crossed 12 creation tribulations. He could not be judged by common sense, and it would not be easy for the Lord of Heavenly Grip Hall to kill him. Rumble. Heaven and earth were exploding, and the laws were collapsing. It was fine if the Heaven Grip Hall master didn't make a move, but once he made a move, the entire world was collapsing. Terrifying spatial cracks appeared, and the power he displayed was simply terrifying to the extreme. Startling heaven and earth. Yi Xian roared and slashed out with his halberd. The first stance of Bury the Heavens was blasted out by him. He didn't show any fear as he rushed towards the Heavenhold Hall Master. Bang! The heaven and earth exploded and the space collapsed. The two great techniques collided and Yi Xian was sent flying. On the other hand, the Lord of the Heavenly Clan only took 3 steps back. However, his face instantly turned gloomy. What a strange technique! The eyes of the Lord of the Heavenly Clan were filled with fear. If it had been any other expert in the creation realm, he could have completely annihilated him. However, it had been neutralized by Yi Xian's great skill. What an evildoer! He deserves to be the strongest seed. Now he is only in the creation realm. If he steps into the yin-yang realm, I'm afraid that I won't even know how I died. In an instant, this thought flashed through the mind of the Lord of the Heavenly Clan, which also made him nervous. He looked at Yi Xian with extremely gloomy killing intent in his eyes. It was not rare to fight across realms in the chaotic world, because there were always some evildoers who could break the shackles of the inherent realm and really fight against the practitioners who were one realm higher than them. However, such people were rare, and each of them was a peerless figure with the strongest potential. In the past, the Lord of the Heavenly Clan didn't believe it, but today, facing Yi Xian, the Lord of the Heavenly Clan really believed that such people existed. Again. Yi Xian roared excitedly. Although he was blasted back by the Lord of the Heavenly Clan, which made his chi and blood surge violently, it also proved that he was fully capable of fighting against the Lord of the Heavenly Clan. Time. Rumble. Yi Xian roared to the sky, and the space-time tree rippled out. The green leaves on the branches were blooming with vitality at this moment. As Yi Xian waved the heaven-destroying halberd in his hand, the green leaves drifted out and turned into dozens of space-time chains, which wrapped around the Lord of the Heavenly Clan. Motionless Dharma form. In the face of the attack of the space-time power, the Lord of the Heavenly Clan frowned. A golden sun rose around him, and no matter how the space-time chains swept toward him, he remained motionless like a mountain. Whoosh, whoosh. Under the entanglement of the space-time chains, the aura of time was reversed, and the hair of the Lord of the Heavenly Clan turned yellow. Obviously, he had been affected by the space-time power. Break. Bang. The Yangqing realm was too terrifying. The Lord of the Heavenly Clan shook his body and instantly shattered the space-time chains. He looked at Yi Xian fiercely. Go to hell. Suddenly, Yi Xian grinned maliciously. He appeared in front of the Lord of the Heavenly Clan in an instant, and the heaven-destroying halberd was emitting the light of nirvana, thrusting towards the glabella of the Lord of the Heavenly Clan. Junior, you're too presumptuous. The Lord of the Heavenly Clan's expression changed slightly. It was too late for him to dodge, but there wasn't much panic in his eyes. Instead, he slapped his palm towards the heaven-destroying halberd. Clang! The sound of metal clashing could be heard. Yi Xian was blasted away, and the heaven-destroying halberd in his hand almost fell out. The nirvana power that he had just condensed was also crumbling. The cultivation of the Yangqing realm was too terrifying. Even though Yi Xian's combat strength was heaven-defying, the gap between the two of them was too big. It was a gap that was extremely difficult to cross. Go to hell. The Lord of the Heavenly Clan's face was gloomy. His 5 fingers suddenly stretched out towards Yi Xian. A giant palm condensed in the sky and instantly pressed down on Yi Xian. Buzz. The tree of time and space was swaying. Yi Xian instantly disappeared from where he was, narrowly avoiding the blow from the Lord of the Heavenly Clan. However, a trace of blood flowed from the corner of his mouth. Obviously, the blow from the Lord of the Heavenly Clan had injured him. The Yangqing realm is really terrifying. Yi Xian stood with his halberd. His eyes were extremely malicious. Even though he had used all his strength just now, he still couldn't pose any threat to the Lord of the Heavenly Clan. It wasn't that Yi Xian's divine sense wasn't good enough. The most fundamental reason was the gap in cultivation. Even though he had passed the 12 tribulation of fortune, he was still too far away from the Yangqing realm. Junior, surrender and I can still give you a chance to live. At this moment, the Lord of the Heavenly Clan looked extremely calm, but in fact, his heart had long been in turmoil. The Lord of the Heavenly Clan was very sure that he was lucky that his cultivation was in the Yangqing realm. If it was a Yin realm expert, he would have been seriously injured at this moment. He couldn't let this kid live. The Lord of the Heavenly Clan roared in his heart. The murderous intent in his eyes condensed. If he really let Yi Xian live, he would die in his hands sooner or later. Interesting. The Yangqing realm is really powerful and terrifying. Yi Xian said gloomily. He withdrew the heaven-destroying halberd. However, in the next moment, an extremely terrifying aura bloomed around Yi Xian. The world shook violently. The chaotic 12 Yuanhui worlds gradually opened. An extremely terrifying fluctuation burst out from Yi Xian's body. Chapter 1277. Bang! 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 It was as if the sound of the great Tao was trembling and the chaotic universe was rumbling. The 12 vortexes were like huge stars as they rotated behind Yi Xian. Wisps of obscure aura were blooming in this world, making Yi Xian look mysterious and imposing. Rumble. The 12 chaotic Yuanhui worlds rotated, and this world seemed to be frozen. The Lord of the Heavenly Grip Court's expression changed as he sensed great danger in his mind. There's something strange about his world. The Lord of the Heavenly Grip Court roared in shock as he retreated rapidly. At the next moment, he even summoned his own world. It was fine if he didn't summon his own world. When he did, the Lord of the Heavenly Grip Court suddenly spat out a mouthful of blood. His world actually shook violently as if it was going to collapse at any time. World suppression. How is this possible? Suddenly, the Lord of the Heavenly Grip Court roared in horror. He simply couldn't believe what he had encountered. Freeze. After the head of the Heavenly Clan panicked for a moment, he instantly sobered up. He formed an incantation to quickly define his own world. However, the chaotic 12 elemental worlds that Yi Xian had displayed simply gave him an indescribable pressure. This is the chaotic universe. The Lord of the Heavenly Grip Court stared at the world that Yi Xian had summoned as an extremely trembling voice came from his mouth. No. Impossible. How can there be 12 chaotic universes? At the next moment, the Lord of the Heavenly Grip Court cried out in shock because he had already seen Yi Xian's world clearly, which simply made him inexplicably shocked. Go to hell. Yi Xian didn't give the Lord of the Heavenly Grip Court a chance to react. He frantically activated the 12 chaotic Yuanhui worlds, and the 12 vortexes that were like huge stars rotated endlessly and directly suppressed the Lord of the Heavenly Grip Court. Yi Xian had always had a feeling that after transcending the 12 tribulation of creation, his 12 chaotic Yuanhui worlds would definitely not be simple and would definitely have unimaginable power. This was also one of the reasons why he wanted to fight the Lord of the Heavenly Grip Court. Heavenly Grip. Rumble. The Lord of the Heavenly Grip Court suddenly sobered up. Facing the attack of Yi Xian's 12 chaotic Yuanhui worlds, he frantically activated his own world and then turned into a sky-covering wheel, trying to cancel out the 12 chaotic Yuanhui worlds. Crack. Something terrifying happened. The chaotic 12 Yuanhui world was indeed terrifying to the extreme. With an absolutely crushing force, it gradually shattered the world of the Heaven Grip Hall Master. The Heaven Grip Hall Master even coughed out a mouthful of blood, and his aura instantly weakened. Even though the Heavenhold Court Master was at the Yangqing realm, he wasn't a match for Yi Xian in a battle of worlds. His own world had completely collapsed. Wow! Ah! Suddenly, Yi Xian also spat out a mouthful of blood. His body was splitting apart, and he let out an extremely painful roar. Whine! The 12 chaotic Yuanhui worlds were trembling, and the 12 vortexes were showing signs of collapsing. This directly affected Yi Xian's body and mind, bringing him an unimaginable backlash. Barely. It was too forced. The chaotic 12 Yuanhui worlds were indeed unique, but there was also a limit. Although Yi Xian had used the chaotic 12 Yuanhui worlds to severely injure the Lord of the Heavenly Grip Court, the gap between their realms was too huge. The chaotic 12 Yuanhui worlds had drained all of Yi Xian's cultivation. Even his primordial spirit was withering, and his own world was showing signs of collapsing. Brother Yi. Luoho had been watching from afar. When he saw that Yi Xian had suffered a mishap, he instantly shot towards Yi Xian and caught Yi Xian's falling body. Yi Xian's glabella was cracking. At this moment, he really regretted it. If he had known that using the chaotic 12 Yuanhui worlds would have such a terrifying backlash, he wouldn't have used it at all. Otherwise, he wouldn't have put himself in danger. It was also at this moment that Yi Xian finally understood one thing. Even though his world was incomparably powerful, in the end, it all came from himself. The difference in cultivation between Yi Xian and the Lord of the Heavenly Grip Court was huge. Although he could severely injure the Lord of the Heavenly Grip Court by using the chaotic 12 Yuanhui worlds, he would also suffer a backlash. This was simply a method of harming the enemy while harming himself. Quick! Quick! Kill him! Yi Xian was trembling and roaring. At this moment, the Lord of the Heavenly Grip Court's world had already collapsed, and he was completely in a severely injured state. This was also the best time to kill him. Without Yi Xian's reminder, Luoho already knew what to do. A strand of karma force appeared in his palm and blasted towards the Lord of the Heavenly Grip Court. Obviously, he wanted to kill him in one fell swoop. You want to kill me? One had to admit that the Lord of the Heavenly Grip Court was terrifyingly powerful. After all, he was in existence in the Yang Birth realm. Even if his world was destroyed, he still had the ability to fight back. Bang! The Lord of the Heavenly Grip Court was bathed in blood. He barely managed to cast a great technique to offset Luoho's attack. Blood was constantly coughing out from his mouth. You destroyed my world. I will kill you two little bastards. The Lord of the Heavenly Grip Court simply couldn't accept the destruction of his world. Even if he could still survive, there was no possibility for him to improve in the future. Rumble. The Lord of the Heavenly Grip Court was sublimated to the extreme. His entire body erupted with terrifying golden light. His eyes were as red as blood as he looked at Yi Xian. He seemed to have fallen into a state of madness. Go to hell. Luoho's expression suddenly changed. Terrifying devil light rose around him. The karma force converged into a terrifying red rope in his hand. At the next moment, it was heading towards the Lord of the Heavenly Grip Court. As the saying went, a starving camel was still bigger than a horse. Although the Lord of the Heavenly Grip Court's world was destroyed, his realm was still there. How could Luoho resist him? Bang! Barf! With a muffled sound, Luoho's karma force collapsed. He was sent flying backward and spurted a large amount of blood from his mouth. Yi Xian, you son of a bitch! I will annihilate you! At this moment, the Lord of the Heavenly Grip Court only had Yi Xian in his eyes. His resentful curse echoed in all directions. He pounced on Yi Xian like an evil spirit. Obviously, he had the intention to perish together with Yi Xian. I'll kill you first. Yi Xian was also a vicious and crazy person. He endured the pain of the backlash and crazily circulated the sky burial technique. He condensed a great technique in his hand and launched a desperate attack at the Lord of the Heavenly Grip Court. However, at this critical moment, a deep figure appeared in this world. This person pointed at the Lord of the Heavenly Grip Court and his voice echoed between heaven and earth. Time stop. Buzz. Space froze and time stopped. The Lord of the Heavenly Grip Court was fixed in place. His ferocious and vicious face was still hanging on his face, but he couldn't move at all. Die. Yi Xian's sky burial technique blasted out and directly blew up the Lord of the Heavenly Grip Court. A large amount of blood mist sprinkled down. Tribulation Transcender Technique. Yi Xian roared ferociously. He endured the pain of the backlash and displayed the Tribulation Transcender Technique. His whole body turned into a large amount of black fog and crazily devoured the blood and soul essence of the Lord of the Heavenly Grip Court. The mysterious figure that appeared just looked at Yi Xian quietly. A look of surprise flashed in his eyes from time to time. He didn't stop Yi Xian's actions at this moment. Chapter 1278. Cough. Cough. You. Who are you? Luoho staggered toward the mysterious man while coughing up blood. He looked at the mysterious man with fear in his eyes. The man was dressed in black and had white hair. His eyes were like stars, and his face was elegant and handsome. He gave off a harmless feeling. However, if one stared at his eyes carefully, they would find that his eyes were flickering as if time was passing quietly in his eyes. Terrifying. Extremely terrifying. With just a glance, Luoho's heart suddenly trembled. He was sure that if the mysterious man wanted to kill him, he would not be able to withstand a single blow. Even the master of the Heavenly Grip Hall did not give him such a terrifying feeling. However, this mysterious man gave him such a feeling. This also showed that the mysterious man was definitely more terrifying than the master of the Heavenly Grip Hall. It seems that you are Yi Xian's friend, right? The mysterious man smiled slightly. May I know your name? Luoho calmed down instantly and cupped his hands to salute the mysterious man. However, a touch of seriousness flashed across his eyes as he prepared to guard against the mysterious man's sudden attack. My name is Lu Yaoxing, a contemporary disciple of the Temporal Temple. Lu Yaoxing introduced himself with a kind smile on his face. The Temporal Temple. Luoho's expression changed slightly, but he calmed down in the next moment. He should have guessed the mysterious man's origin. After all, the move just now involved the space-time method. The mysterious man could only be from the Temporal Temple. I saw that you used the boundless mortal world technique just now. It is extremely rare for you to cultivate the karma force. However, your technique is not authentic. I guess you must have secretly learned the boundless mortal world technique, right? Lu Yaoxing said with a smile. You. Luoho's heart trembled. He did not expect the mysterious man to be so observant. This also made him understand that the Temporal Temple was worthy of being one of the 3 strongest orthodoxies. Just the knowledge of its disciples was so terrifying. Suddenly, the sound of swallowing and spitting could be heard. Yi Xian had already finished devouring the blood-soul essence of the Lord of the Heavenly Grip Hall. His originally pale face, which had suffered from the backlash, had also become rosy at this moment. It could be said that Yi Xian had suffered a great calamity from the backlash of the 12 Yuanhui worlds. Fortunately, he had devoured the blood-soul essence of the Heavenhold Court Master to replenish his injuries. Otherwise, it would take him an unknown amount of time to recover from this backlash. What surprised Yi Xian the most was that the master of the Heavenly Grip Hall had an extremely large cultivation base. Not only did it heal his injuries, the refined energy could also allow his cultivation to step into the second stage of the creation realm. However, Yi Xian did not immediately attempt to break through to the second stage of the creation realm because there was a more important matter before him. Thank you for your help, fellow Taoist. Otherwise, I might have already died at the hands of this old fellow. Yi Xian cupped his hands and bowed. His entire body was extremely calm and didn't reveal the slightest bit of surprise. Looking at Yi Xian's calm appearance, Lu Yaoxing's eyes moved slightly. He smiled and said, "You must be joking. Even without my help, I think you could have killed this person. I was just the icing on the cake. But without your help, I would have had to pay a great price if I wanted to kill him. So, you don't have to be so modest." Yi Xian said softly. "You don't seem to be surprised by my identity. Aren't you afraid that I'm here to kill you?" Lu Yaoxing's voice was slightly cold. Yi Xian smiled, but his smile was very evil. A deep look flashed across his eyes as he looked at Lu Yaoxing. "With your Yin realm cultivation and the power of time and space, you could have easily killed me just now. But you didn't do so." Yi Xian said calmly. Meticulous and calm in the face of danger. Just this mentality alone is enough to make me see you in a new light. You suddenly make me want to be friends with you. Lu Yaoxing smiled and nodded with praise. "I don't have many friends. Unfortunately, you're not one of them." Yi Xian said calmly. "That's right. You and I can't be friends because we were born to be rivals. With your strength, you are indeed qualified to compete with me for the position of the strongest in the next Yuan Hui." Lu Yaoxing nodded slowly. There was a trace of regret in his words. "Unfortunately, I don't see you as an opponent, although I'm not your opponent now," Yi Xian said coldly. As Yi Xian finished speaking, Lu Yaoxing's gentle expression changed. He looked at Yi Xian in shock and did not recover for a long time. "Ha ha ha." Lu Yaoxing smiled. His smile shook the world as strands of space-time energy overflowed from his body and surged through the world. A small space-time tree appeared on his head, and from the looks of it, it was more than twice the size of Yi Xian's. "You are very arrogant, so arrogant that you don't even put me in your eyes. But I like your arrogance very much. Then I will wait for you to defeat me, because only after you defeat me can you say these words to me." Lu Yaoxing laughed. But the next moment, his expression turned cold. When he opened his eyes, the terrifying power of time and space rotated endlessly. The surrounding space seemed to be moving in reverse. "However, I can let you off the hook this time. But if you disrespect me again, I can only punish you slightly." Rumble. The tree of time and space was swaying. The power of time and space was roaring. Lu Yaoxing's terror bloomed to the extreme at this moment. It was not something Yi Xian could compare with. Lu Yaoxing was a disciple of the Temple of Time and Space and was listed as a candidate for the ultimate seed. His understanding of the way of time and space was far above Yi Xian's. Moreover, he had the space battle physique, which was an extremely rare physique. Even if he could not become the strongest of all time in the future, he would definitely be a top figure among the strongest. He had his pride and would not allow anyone to blaspheme him. Even if Yi Xian was the person the Lord of Time and Space was looking for, there was no exception. To be a candidate for the ultimate seed, this kind of person had an invincible heart and believed that he was the strongest in the world. Otherwise, it would be impossible for him to compete for the position of the strongest in the next Yuan Hui. At this moment, Yi Xian narrowed his eyes slightly and a touch of seriousness flashed through his eyes. It had to be said that Lu Yaoxing was absolutely powerful. Although he was in the Yin realm, if he had fought with the Lord of Heavenly Grip Hall, the Lord of Heavenly Grip Hall would not have been able to withstand even one move. The way of time and space was the strongest power. He had mastered many space-time grand techniques and had the space battle physique. This kind of person could be called a monster and could not be judged by common sense. I would like to see how powerful the disciples of the Temple of Time and Space are. Suddenly, Yi Xian said coldly. He did not give Lu Yaoxing a chance to speak at all. The tree of time and space rippled out and a space-time grand technique was directly launched by Yi Xian. Rumble. Time reversed and time and space disappeared. Yi Xian absolutely did not hold back in this attack. The supreme power that disturbed time and space fell toward Lu Yaoxing. Chapter 1279. Reckless, violent, unbearably crude. Lu Yaoxing's expression didn't change, he only frowned slightly. He didn't seem to make any movements, but the power of space and time also overflowed. However, with a single point of his finger, the space-time technique that Yi Xian had unleashed instantly dissipated, and the rest of its might didn't decrease as it smashed towards Yi Xian. Boom! Yi Xian was instantly sent flying, and he was almost hit by Lu Yaoxing's space-time technique. Fortunately, his physical body was extremely strong, and he instantly shattered the technique around him. As expected, Yi Xian's figure stabilized, and a fiery look flashed across his eyes. He looked at Lu Yaoxing with a greedy look. All this time, Yi Xian had been fumbling around with his own cultivation, and his use of the power of space-time had also been figured out by himself. However, Yi Xian had always had a feeling that the method of using space-time that he figured out did not seem to be able to fully unleash the power of space-time. It was not only the power of space-time, but also the power of nirvanic extermination, which always gave him a stiff feeling. Just now, Lu Yaoxing's attack had finally confirmed Yi Xian's guess. His use of space-time was not even half as good as Lu Yaoxing's. Lu Yaoxing had also used a space-time technique, but the power released by Lu Yaoxing's attack was exactly the same as his. However, the power released was 3 times stronger than his. 3 times. This was not a simple number. The difference simply shocked Yi Xian to the core. If he could also learn this method of using space-time, his combat strength would definitely double. An unorthodox path is an unorthodox path. To think that you even managed to cultivate the time and space divine tree. However, your usage of the power of time and space is even inferior to the children of my time and space temple. You truly have humiliated my time and space temple. Lu Yaoxing loudly reprimanded as he helplessly looked at Yi Xian. Please enlighten me, fellow Taoist. Yi Xian was not angered by Lu Yaoxing's reprimand. Instead, he turned his eyes and cupped his hands in greeting, appearing extremely humble and courteous. The power of spacetime depends on the heart. You haven't comprehended the true essence of spacetime. You clearly used all of your strength, but the power you displayed wasn't even 40%. If you want to truly display the power of spacetime, you should, Lu Yaoxing casually commented, but in the next moment, his voice paused, and his expression turned gloomy. He had almost fallen into Yi Xian's trap and revealed the cultivation method of the temporal temple. Humph, you're not a disciple of the temporal temple. You can stop dreaming if you want to learn our techniques, Lu Yaoxing said angrily. Heh. Looking at Lu Yaoxing's cold expression, Yi Xian sneered. He knew that Lu Yaoxing was on guard. It seemed that it was not realistic to try to get the cultivation method of the temporal temple out of him. Since Lu Yaoxing didn't say anything, Yi Xian didn't have a good expression. He said gloomily, I admit that I'm not your opponent, but your cultivation level is only slightly higher than mine. Let's see how arrogant you can be when I reach the yin-yang plane. Arrogant? Lu Yaoxing's expression froze. He was completely speechless. From the beginning to the end, the most arrogant person was you, Yi Xian, right? Alright, I don't want to talk nonsense with you. I'm here today because the space-time master ordered me to bring you back to the temporal temple. Come with me now. Lu Yaoxing realized that although Yi Xian made him very curious, he was very shrewd. He had to complete the mission. There would be plenty of time to deal with him in the future. Space-time master. Hearing Lu Yaoxing's words, Yi Xian's expression changed slightly. Although Yi Xian guessed that Lu Yaoxing's appearance must have a purpose, he didn't expect that the space-time master would want to see him. Looking at Yi Xian's stunned expression, Lu Yaoxing sneered, What, are you afraid? But to be honest, not only do you cultivate the power of time and space, but you also cultivate the power of nirvanic destruction, and your friend even cultivates the power of karma. The secrets you have really surprised me. If I hadn't been ordered to bring you to the temporal temple, I would have really wanted to force the other supreme techniques out of you. Alright, I agree. I'll go with you to the temporal temple. Yi Xian didn't care about Lu Yaoxing's mockery. Instead, he thought quickly and calmly looked at Lu Yaoxing, a deep look in his eyes. Yi Xian, you can't go with him. Luoho's expression changed. The temporal temple was one of the 3 strongest orthodoxies. Yi Xian had so many secrets. If he really went to the temporal temple, his life would be in danger. Luoho, you don't have to worry. Go back to the Yama Demon Hall first. When I return from the temporal temple, I will naturally look for you. Yi Xian said calmly and casually tossed the Qiankuan pouch to Luoho. This also made Luoho frown. Holding the pouch in his hand, he didn't know what to say. Good, you are indeed courageous. Originally, I hated you a little, but now I admire you a little. Lu Yaoxing clapped and smiled. Yi Xian, have you really thought it through? Luoho said solemnly. He was still worried about Yi Xian's calamity. Without waiting for Yi Xian's reply, Lu Yaoxing smiled and said, there is still a chance of survival if you go with me. Right now, I'm not the only one looking for him. The disciples of the other orthodoxies are all rushing here. If they find the two of you will already be suppressed and might even lose your lives. Luoho, don't worry. I know what I'm doing. Yi Xian gave Luoho a subtle look, indicating that he didn't need to persuade him anymore. In fact, even if Lu Yaoxing didn't want to bring Yi Xian to the temporal temple, Yi Xian also wanted to go there personally. The reason was simple. Future self. Yes, future self. Back then, the future self had been walking in the river of time, and the temporal master was known to control the river of time. He must know about the future self's existence. The future self had told Yi Xian to change the future and undo all the regrets of the past. The future self had also told him that the future path would be very difficult. Moreover, the pair of ominous eyes in the river of time made the future self extremely wary. What kind of secrets were hidden here? All of these were mysteries, and Yi Xian needed to uncover them one by one. The temporal master must know these secrets, so even if there was a life-and-death crisis, he must go to the temporal temple. Moreover, after seeing Lu Yaoxing's space-time technique today, Yi Xian was even more certain of this idea. Perhaps if he went to the temporal temple, he would have the opportunity to learn these space-time techniques. This would be unimaginably beneficial to his own cultivation. Let's go. If we don't go now, when those annoying fellows arrive, I will have to fight them personally. Lu Yaoxing shook his head in disgust, as if he was thinking of an extremely difficult person to deal with. Fellow Daoist, please lead the way. Yi Xian said softly. Qi. Lu Yaoxing sent out a starlight boat, and the two of them stepped on it. In an instant, they broke through the barrier of space and disappeared from this world. Yi Xian, you must come back alive. Looking at the starlight boat that had already disappeared into the distance, Luoho sighed helplessly. His face was heavy, and then he turned into a streak of light and disappeared. Chapter 1280. The starlight boat shuttled through space at an unimaginable speed, especially under Lu Yaoxing's control. It was almost no different from teleportation. To be honest, Yi Xian saw many wonderful uses of the space-time technique from Lu Yaoxing, which made him deeply impressed. It turned out that the space-time technique could be used in such a profound way. This also strengthened Yi Xian's idea. If he had the chance, he must learn this technique. It would bring unimaginable benefits to him. The starlight boat shuttled through space like a shadow and light. However, Yi Xian was an extremely sensitive person. He noticed that Lu Yaoxing's expression was somewhat serious. He was completely focused on controlling the boat and had no intention of chatting with him at all. It was as if there was a difficult enemy chasing after them. Lu Yaoxing had no choice but to be cautious. You seem to be hiding from someone. Yi Xian probed. Just some annoying fellows. If you weren't by my side, I wouldn't have to hide my tracks like this. Lu Yaoxing frowned slightly. Who are they? Someone who could make Lu Yaoxing feel annoyed was obviously not an ordinary person. Yi Xian could guess that these people were probably here for him. As expected. Lu Yaoxing said coldly, they are all disciples of other supreme orthodoxies. They have been ordered to look for you and capture them back to their orthodoxies. But you can rest assured. With me by your side, they won't be able to find any traces of us. After all, the space-time technique can travel through space. You can rest assured. Yi Xian nodded when he heard Lu Yaoxing's words. He then sat down cross-legged and began to refine the mixed essence qi in his body. Yi Xian had only recovered from his injuries after devouring the heavenly grip court lord. There was still a lot of essence qi in his body that he had not refined for his own use. These essence qi were enough for him to step into the second stage of the creation realm. Buzz. Yi Xian inhaled and exhaled. His sky burial technique was circulating rapidly. His entire body was in a meditative state. The aura around him churned violently as he gradually advanced toward the second stage of the creation realm. This kid's cultivation method. Although Lu Yaoxing had been focused on controlling the starry sky boat, he had been secretly observing Yi Xian. After all, his mission was to safely bring Yi Xian back to the time and space temple. When he felt the aura of Yi Xian's heaven-burying technique, he was shocked. He felt that the technique that Yi Xian cultivated had caused the space-time power in his body to faintly move. This kid really has a lot of secrets. Lu Yaoxing muttered. Then he stopped paying attention to Yi Xian and continued to speed up the starlight boat. A full year passed and Lu Yaoxing did not stop at all. He had already traveled an unknown distance. Needless to say, the central territory was too vast. One might not be able to reach its end even if they walked for 100,000 years, let alone the boundlessly vast chaotic universe. Boom! Suddenly, Yi Xian spat out a stream of turbid air. The aura around him suddenly became terrifying. In the next moment, it returned to normal and his eyes slowly opened. I'm a little curious. You're just a mortal. How can your cultivation speed be so terrifying? Even if you've learned the demonic heaven-gorging technique, this realm is a little too fast. Aren't you afraid of being disturbed by your inner demons? Lu Yaoxing's voice rang out. Do you think I'll tell you? Yi Xian deliberately sneered. Humph. Lu Yaoxing snorted coldly. I'm just curious. Don't be so smug. You're just a mortal. The creation and transformation realms are your limit. No matter how many supreme techniques you cultivate, you'll still be an ant in the end. Unless, Lu Yaoxing paused as if he had thought of something. His expression changed slightly and he fell silent. Actually, I'm very curious about how the disciples of the Time and Space Temple cultivate. Why don't you share your experiences with me? This can be considered a good karma. Yi Xian rolled his eyes. Heh, don't even think about it. I won't, bang. Before Lu Yaoxing could finish, a loud rumble rang out. This caused Lu Yaoxing's expression to change. In the next moment, the entire starlight boat shook violently. The two of them and the boat appeared in the outside world. Damn it! Lu Yaoxing coldly roared as the power of time and space exploded out, directly covering Yi Xian behind him. Three figures also appeared in front of him. Yaoxing, a worthy younger brother, why are you in such a hurry? I haven't seen you in so many years. I've missed you. A black-clothed young man slowly walked towards Lu Yaoxing. He was handsome and extraordinary. The black power of nirvanic extermination revolved around him. He was smiling at Lu Yaoxing. Tsang Huaimia, you really annoy me. Lu Yaoxing frowned and said with disgust. Brother Yaoxing, where are you going in such a hurry? A green-clothed woman smiled sweetly. It was as if she had gathered all the beauty in the world. Her temperament was elegant and noble, like a saintess who had not been tainted by the mortal world. When the woman spoke, it would have been better if she had not smiled. But when she smiled, it was as if she could turn the world upside down. It made people feel dizzy. Li Fuyao, I advise you not to use the extreme emotion sky skill on me. Otherwise, don't blame me for being ruthless. Lu Yaoxing's expression was cold. A trace of coldness flashed across his eyes. Lu Yaoxing, cut the crap. Hand over the person. Boom. A black-clothed young man was surrounded by demonic light. He did not look very old, as if he was only 16 or 17 years old. However, the sky-swallowing demonic light that erupted caused the surrounding space to distort. This young man was not as simple as he appeared to be. Mo Joyo, you have just reached the extreme Yin realm. You are not qualified to talk to me. Lu Yaoxing said with disdain. You. Mo Joyo's expression changed. He wanted to refute, but before he could say anything, Sang Huaimia had already stepped forward with the same smile on his face. A worthy younger brother, Yaoxing, you know why we are here. Hand over the person. Do you really want us to fight? Sang Huaimia smiled. Brother Yaoxing, of course we know that your space-time power is the chaotic extreme speed. However, this is the final place to return to the space-time temple. The three of us have been waiting here for a long time. Do you really think you are a match for the three of us? Li Fuyao said strangely. No need to talk nonsense with him. Let's snatch the person first. I don't believe that Lu Yaoxing can fight the three of us alone. Mo Joyo said coldly. Rumble. The space-time skill soared into the sky. The power of time filled the sky. Lu Yaoxing was bursting with majestic power. His entire person became extremely terrifying. His hands seemed to be holding up the entire world. Two balls of light formed by the power of space-time appeared in his palms. The terrifying power of space-time directly shattered the void in all directions, causing one's heart to palpitate at a glance. Chapter 1281. At this moment, Yi Xian's eyes lit up. He had seen everything that had just happened. Lu Yaoxing's cultivation gave him a new understanding of it. Terrifying to the extreme. They were both in the Yin realm, but Lu Yaoxing would be able to kill Violet Spirit with one strike. He would not have any difficulty in fighting her at all. At this moment, Yi Xian's view of the world had changed completely. He finally understood how terrifying the disciples of the strongest orthodoxies could be. Moreover, not only Lu Yaoxing, but the three people who had stopped them were all in the Yin realm. The one called Sang Huaimia was surrounded by the power of destruction. He was obviously from the Immortal Heaven Palace. His cultivation should be on par with Lu Yaoxing. As for the other two, although they were not as terrifying as Lu Yaoxing and Sang Huaimia, they were not far behind. They were all monstrous figures. Yi Xian's blood was boiling. He was extremely excited. He had finally seen how powerful these monstrous geniuses were. This gave him a huge goal. Kill them. All of them would be crushed beneath their feet. Step on their corpses and move forward until he reached the throne of the strongest throughout history. Yi Xian's eyes were burning. However, he kept calming himself down because he knew that he was not their match. Brother Yaoxing, the last time we fought seemed to be 300,000 years ago. Today, let me see how much progress you have made in these 300,000 years. Rumble. Sang Huaimia took a step forward, and a terrifying spatial crack appeared beneath his feet. The light that could extinguish the world soared into the heavens, and the wind and clouds within millions of miles were wiped out without a trace. Destructive heavenly finger. Sang Huaimia's fingers were like the sky. It was as if he had pierced through the universe. The terrifying power of destruction turned into the heavenly demonic sword and slashed towards Lu Yaoxing with the power to destroy everything. Destructive heavenly finger can be used like this. Yi Xian squinted his eyes and stared at Song Huaimia's destructive grand art. His eyes were filled with extraordinary splendor. The immortal scripture naturally recorded this grand art. Yi Xian had also specially cultivated it. However, his destructive heavenly finger was too stiff and the power it displayed was barely satisfactory. This made Yi Xian give up on this grand art. However, when he saw Song Huaimia use this grand art, Yi Xian finally understood one thing. It was not that the destructive heavenly finger was not powerful, but the way he used it was wrong. Time heavenly blade. On the other side, Lu Yaoxing roared coldly. The energy of space transformed into a blade that blotted out the sky, and it slashed down towards Song Huaimia as well. The heavenly soldiers crisscrossed, and the world became a vacuum. Just the collision of two great arts had flattened millions of miles of mountains and rivers. The boundless land sank for tens of thousands of feet, and clear water gushed out. Let's go. Lu Yaoxing abruptly retreated. The power of space and time shook as he brought Yi Xian along and disappeared from this world. Want to leave? You can't leave if you don't leave them behind. Song Huaimia steadied himself and immediately chased after Yi Xian. Li Fuyao and Mo Jiuyo followed closely behind. Bang! 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 Something terrifying happened. Lu Yaoxing and Yi Xian fled frantically across the boundless land. The three monstrous geniuses chased after them. Both sides blasted out grand arts from time to time, causing terrifying consequences. Mountains and rivers collapsed, everything in the world collapsed, and it was even to the extent that cracks had appeared in the heavens and the earth for over 1 billion kilometers. Numerous spatial rifts had split open and shattered everything, and this scene of destruction was simply horrifying. Lu Yaoxing, you can't escape. Mo Jiuyo roared coldly and viciously blasted out a heaven-swallowing demonic light. However, Lu Yaoxing shattered it with a flip of his hand. His space-time power was unparalleled. A terrifying pursuit appeared in the sky. Lu Yaoxing's face was heavy and helpless. If he was alone, he could completely shake off the three of them. However, he had to bring along Yi Xian, a burden. Hence, he couldn't shake them off. Hey, fellow Taoist Yaoxing, didn't you tell me before that you had great ability? Why are you being chased like a stray dog now? Yi Xian intentionally mocked. Shut up. It's all because of you. It would have been better if Yi Xian didn't speak. His words made Lu Yaoxing's heart explode. With his cultivation, why should he be afraid of the three of them? Even Song Huaimia's cultivation was only on par with his. If he hadn't been ordered to bring Yi Xian to the temporal temple, he would have definitely fought with the three of them. How could he possibly escape in such a sorry state? Yi Xian, let me tell you. If it wasn't for you, do you think I would be running away in such a sorry state? If the three of them had really surrounded me, I might have been able to leave alive. However, you might not. Lu Yaoxing became angrier as he spoke. His face was already extremely red. I didn't ask you to save me. Besides, other than Song Huaimia, I still have confidence in fighting the other two. Yi Xian sneered. You're quite good at bragging. Do you think you're amazing for risking your life to kill a young birth realm cultivator? The three of them are all saints of the strongest orthodoxies. Even if Li Fuyao and Mo Jiuyo aren't as strong as Song Huaimia, any one of them can kill you. Lu Yaoxing berated furiously. Look at how restless you are. Where's the elegance from before? Why don't we make a deal? You can deal with Song Huaimia and Li Fuyao alone. Leave the heaven-devouring devil palaces Mo Jiuyo to me. We might not lose even if we join forces. Yi Xian narrowed his eyes, trying to persuade Lu Yaoxing to stop the battle. However, a strange and eerie light flashed across his eyes. This also startled Lu Yaoxing slightly before he came to his senses. Don't talk nonsense. The three of them came prepared. You're only at the second level of creation realm. Even if we join forces, we won't be able to defeat them. You can only escape danger if you return to the temporal temple. Lu Yaoxing rejected flatly. Looking at Lu Yaoxing's face, which clearly didn't trust him, Yi Xian sighed helplessly. He knew that his plan had failed, but there was nothing he could do. Actually, Yi Xian wasn't arrogant. If Lu Yaoxing agreed to his request, he would definitely be able to resist Immortal by himself. Even if the other party was a holy son of the extreme Yin realm, Yi Xian had a high chance of killing him. The reason was very simple. When he killed Earth Demon Luo, the Calamity Transcender technique restrained him. Yi Xian had a faint feeling that his Calamity Transcender technique should have a great restraining effect on the heaven-devouring demonic art. With his Chaos 12 Yuanhui world, even if Immortal was an extreme Yin saint, it wasn't impossible for him to kill the other party. Moreover, Immortal was obviously a saint of the heaven-devouring demonic palace. His cultivation was definitely stronger than the Heavenly Grip Court's master. If he could devour this person's cultivation, it would definitely allow Yi Xian to break through again. This was also the reason why Yi Xian proposed this. Unfortunately, Lu Yaoxing didn't trust him at all and decisively rejected his proposal. This made Yi Xian extremely disappointed. Chapter 1282. Nirvana Heaven and Earth. The clouds within a radius of millions of kilometers were destroyed, and countless mountains collapsed into ashes. The heavens and the earth instantly turned into a world of darkness, instantly sealing off their path of escape. A worthy younger brother Yaoxing, I said that the two of you can't leave. San Huaimie suddenly attacked. His black robe fluttered in the wind and he looked extraordinary. He was frowning as he stared at Yi Xian, a strange look flashing across his eyes from time to time. Chi. Li Fuyao and Immortal followed closely behind. The three of them surrounded Yi Xian and Immortal in a triangular formation. An extremely oppressive atmosphere grew in this world. This must be fellow Taoist Yi Xian. Lu Yaoxing won't be able to protect you. Moreover, my immortal heaven palace has no ill intentions towards you. Why do you need to walk with the people of the temporal temple? San Huaimie said indifferently. Kid, I heard that you know the demonic heaven-devouring technique that I taught you. The demon lord wants to see you. Come with me. Immortal ordered arrogantly. Don't scare him. Why don't you come with me to the extreme emotion heavenly palace? I guarantee that I won't hurt you. Li Fuyao covered her mouth and laughed. Seeing this, Lu Yaoxing's expression turned cold. He took a step forward, causing the world to tremble. Cut the crap. The three of you can come at me together. Boom. The power of space-time rumbled and the aura of time spread. A modeled ancient mirror appeared in Lu Yaoxing's hand. The aura of time was coming from this ancient mirror. Space-time divine mirror. A supreme divine weapon. When Lu Yaoxing took out the modeled ancient mirror, Li Fuyao and Immortal cried out in shock. They instantly retreated with great panic on their faces. What was a supreme divine weapon? A supreme divine weapon, as the name implied, was a weapon used by the strongest throughout history. This weapon could be said to be extremely sharp and had unimaginable power. Space-time divine mirror was the weapon of the Lord of Time and Space, which was why the two were so panicked. There's no need to panic. It's just an imitation. San Huaimie frowned and hurriedly comforted the two of them. Sure enough, the two of them carefully sensed that the ancient mirror in Lu Yaoxing's hand was indeed a replica and did not contain any supreme power. This made the two of them breathe a sigh of relief. So what if it's a replica? It can still take the lives of the three of you. Lu Yaoxing's face was ice cold. The ancient mirror in his hand was releasing the power of time. Even though it wasn't a powerful weapon, it wasn't something a yin-yang plane cultivator could withstand. Lu Yaoxing, do you think I'm not prepared? Sang Huaimie flipped his hand and a demonic blade surrounded by black mist appeared in his hand. The terrifying power of nirvanic extermination was released to the extreme. It was as if the appearance of this blade could even destroy the world. Nirvana Heavenly Blade. Lu Yaoxing's expression changed slightly before returning to normal. That was because the item in his opponent's hand was also a replica. However, even though it was a replica, it was still troublesome. Sang Huaimie and a replica of the Nirvana Heavenly Blade were enough to be on par with him. With Li Fuyao and Mo Jiuyo left, they were enough to suppress him and Yi Xian. At this moment, Lu Yaoxing's expression was extremely heavy. He knew that if he really fought, he would definitely suffer a great loss. However, if he gave up on Yi Xian, he wouldn't be able to explain himself. A worthy younger brother, Yaoxing, I don't want to make things difficult for you. It's not too late for you to retreat now. Sang Huaimie said confidently. Hey! Suddenly, Yi Xian walked forward slowly with a smile on his face. He looked at Sang Huaimie and the other two. From the beginning to the end, he appeared to be at ease, as if he didn't know how dangerous the situation was. Yi Xian, what are you doing? Lu Yaoxing's expression changed. Unfortunately, Yi Xian chose to ignore him. Instead, he looked warmly at Sang Huaimie and the other two and said, there are 3 of you here, and all of you want me to return to your respective orthodoxies. Then I'm very curious, which one of your 3 great orthodoxies should I go to? This. Yi Xian continued without speaking. The moment he spoke, Sang Huaimie and the other two felt suffocated. A trace of vigilance flashed across their eyes. Clearly, Yi Xian was speaking the truth. Don't listen to his nonsense. He's trying to drive a wedge between the 3 of us. Sang Huaimie instantly understood Yi Xian's goal and hurriedly reminded the other two. TSK, TSK, TSK. Yi Xian curled his lips and said with a strange smile, you're right. I'm indeed trying to drive a wedge between the 3 of you. However, this is the truth. Am I wrong? Yi Xian openly admitted it. However, he looked at Li Fuyao and Mo Jiuyo with pity and said, the 2 of you are really stupid. Sang Huaimie is just using you. He has the Nirvana Heavenly Blade in his hand. Once he forces Lu Yaoxing away, he will definitely be able to ignore the 2 of you with his cultivation. Naturally, I will follow him to the Immortal Sky Palace. It's a pity that you don't even know that you're being used. I wonder how you'll explain yourself when you return to your orthodoxies. An open plot, a blatant open plot, an open plot without any concealment. Yi Xian's words were clearly trying to drive a wedge between the 3 of them. However, what he said was also the most practical problem. Even if the 3 of them knew that Yi Xian was trying to drive a wedge between them, this was indeed the most crucial problem. They couldn't help but think about it. Shut up. Sang Huaimie's expression changed drastically as he shouted at Yi Xian. His face was ashen to the extreme. Brother Sang Huaimie, I know that I'm no match for you. It seems like you really want to bring Yi Xian back to the Immortal Sky Palace, Li Fuyao said coldly. Sang Huaimie, you're indeed up to no good. Why didn't you tell the 2 of us that you have a replica of the Nirvana Heavenly Blade on you? Mo Jiuyo said coldly. Don't fall into his trap. Sang Huaimie roared anxiously. Trap? Yi Xian smiled. His smile was very sinister as he said, then tell me, which orthodoxy should I go to? You. Sang Huaimie's expression was uncertain. He wanted to refute Yi Xian, but he didn't know how to do so. Indeed, he was using these 2 people. Once he captured Yi Xian, he would have an imitation of the Nirvana Heavenly Blade in his hands. Naturally, he would be able to bring Yi Xian back to the Undying Heavenly Palace to complete the mission. This was originally his plan, but now that Yi Xian had pointed it out, the matter had become extremely difficult to handle. Look, the two of you. He's guilty. Yi Xian chuckled. Sang Huaimie, you're indeed up to no good. Li Fuyao and Mo Jiuyo looked at each other and scolded angrily. At this moment, Lu Yaoxing's expression was extremely complicated. A trace of vigilance flashed across his eyes as he looked at Yi Xian. He never thought that the two of them would be in a predicament because of Yi Xian's few words. This guy is so shrewd. I have to be more careful in the future. Otherwise, I'll definitely fall into his hands. Lu Yaoxing immediately became vigilant. Yi Xian's cultivation wasn't high, but he was too cunning. This blatant scheme could kill without spilling blood. Chapter 1283. Why don't I give the two of you an idea? He has such a powerful weapon. As long as the two of you join forces to fight him and snatch the Nirvana Heavenly Blade from his hands, you two will be able to defeat Lu Yaoxing with this blade. At that time, the two of you can discuss whether to go to the Extreme Emotion Heavenly Palace or the Sky-Devouring Demonic Palace. It's better than the four of you fighting for it, right? Yi Xian's words were bewitching. His words made Li Fuyao and Mo Jiuyo's expressions change. The two of them knew that Yi Xian was trying to drive a wedge between them, but they felt that Yi Xian's words made sense. Attack! Mo Jiuyo suddenly roared and unleashed his sky-devouring demonic skill. He was the first to attack Sang Huaimie. Seeing this, Li Fuyao no longer hesitated and the two of them instantly charged towards Sang Huaimie. Are the two of you idiots? Sang Huaimie's face was ashen as he shouted at the two of them. However, he didn't dare to be careless in the face of the two monstrous Sky Pride's attacks. He immediately wielded the Nirvana Heavenly Blade to block the attacks. Rumble! The three of them instantly clashed and the terrifying power that erupted was simply shocking. Your cultivation is not bad, but it's a pity that you've become stupid from cultivating. Your temperament is so childish that it's pitiful. Yi Xian shook his head in disdain. In terms of cultivation, Yi Xian was indeed inferior to the three of them. However, in terms of scheming, the three of them couldn't even catch up to him. After all, Yi Xian had climbed all the way from the bottom to where he was now. He had experienced countless hardships and tribulations, and he was an extremely black-bellied old fox. How could these three be his match? Why are you still standing there like fools? If you don't leave now, are you going to wait for the outcome of their battle to be decided? Yi Xian took a step forward and instantly appeared in front of Lu Yaoxing. He slapped Lu Yaoxing hard and woke him up instantly. You what? Let's go. Rumble. The power of time and space rumbled as Yi Xian pulled Lu Yaoxing away in an instant. This also caused Lu Yaoxing to be surprised to discover that although Yi Xian's speed wasn't as fast as his, the power of time and space was extremely pure. When the two of them connected, their speed actually doubled. Qi. Shuttling through time and space, the two of them traveled at a terrifying speed. The two spacetime divine trees swayed above their heads. The time and space qi that converged together made their speed unimaginable. Your spacetime powers are so powerful. Why didn't you lend me a hand on the Starlight boat? As the two of them fled, Lu Yaoxing roared in rage. He felt like he had been played by Yi Xian like a monkey. If they had known that Yi Xian's spacetime power was so pure, the three of them would not have been able to stop them. Didn't you tell me that no one can stop us with you around? Why should I help you control the Starlight skiff? Yi Xian said calmly. You. Lu Yaoxing's face turned red. He was so angry that he could not speak. Then, he activated his spacetime power and rushed towards the temporal temple. He did not want to talk to Yi Xian anymore because he was really afraid that Yi Xian would explode from anger. On the other side, the three of them fought fiercely. The world around them was collapsing inch by inch. The battle was extremely intense. They have run away. You two idiots. Zhang Huaimia slashed out and quickly distanced himself from the two. This also made Li Fuyao and Mo Jiuyo realize that Yi Xian and Lu Yaoxing were already far away. Damn it! Mo Jiuyo roared in rage. I already said that this is his plan to drive a wedge between us. You are still unaware that you have been played by him. Zhang Huaimia was so angry that he wanted to kill the two of them. Chase after them. We must not let them return to the temporal temple. Li Fuyao was embarrassed and angry. He knew that he had made a big mistake and chased after Yi Xian. Boom! The three of them stopped arguing and chased after Yi Xian. However, their faces were extremely pale. This time, they would definitely teach Yi Xian a lesson when they caught up with him. Shame, a great shame. The three of them were monstrous geniuses, but they had been played by Yi Xian. This was simply unacceptable. Unfortunately, the three of them were still a step too late. When Yi Xian and Lu Yaoxing activated their space-time power, the three of them could not catch up to them at all. After all, the space-time power was extremely fast. The delay just now had caused the three of them to lose their last chance. Ancient times were like the sky. Time flowed like a tide. An ancient temple stretched across the sky. The aura of time filled the sky and earth. There was also the sound of an ancient bell reverberating in the sky. It was as if the sound of the bell had traveled through the ages, causing one's soul to tremble slightly. Sutras were chanted in the sky. The ancient temple was illusory and seemed to exist between heaven and earth, but also seemed to be detached from heaven and earth. It gave people a feeling of uncertainty. This was the land of time. This was the place of space-time. This was a supreme orthodoxy. It was also the temporal temple that had experienced the 7 great periods of time. The ancient bell was ringing and the waves of time were rolling. In the mottled aura of time, there seemed to be a recording of ancient history engraved in the void of the heavens. We're here. Whoosh! Ripples bloomed in the void, and 2 figures suddenly walked out from the ripples. They were already standing outside the clouds. A mottled stone door appeared in front of them. As long as they stepped through the stone door, they would be able to enter the space-time temple. Let's go. Lu Yaoxing finally breathed a sigh of relief when he saw the temporal temple. He took the lead and walked towards the stone door. This also caused the smile on Yi Xian's face to gradually disappear. His expression gradually became solemn. Behind this door was the space-time temple that had existed since ancient times. The legendary space-time master was here. Perhaps everything in his future would change greatly here. Yi Xian strolled through the stone door of time and finally entered the temporal temple. After a dozen breaths, 3 figures suddenly attacked. However, the 3 of them looked at the stone door of time in front of them with fear on their faces. Damn it! Zhang Huaimia roared in anger. He has entered the temporal temple. Everything is settled. Li Fuyao said helplessly. Let's also enter the temporal temple. Mo Jiuyo said coldly. Ignorant. This is the temporal temple. Do you think it's the heaven-devouring evil hall where you can walk as you wish? Not to mention the legendary space-time master, any supreme being can kill the 3 of us. Zhang Huaimia scolded coldly. Then what do we do now? Mo Jiuyo said with an ashen face. What do we do? Zhang Huaimia said coldly, unless this person stays in the temporal temple forever. As long as he takes half a step out of the temporal temple, we will definitely suppress him. For now, let's return to our orthodoxies and inform them of this matter. Zhang Huaimia was an extremely decisive person. He turned and left without any delay. Lingering outside the temporal temple was extremely disrespectful. Although he was a saint's son of the immortal heaven palace, he was definitely not in the eyes of the temporal temple. Seeing Zhang Huaimia leave, the two of them were speechless and could only leave. However, this matter wasn't over yet. They could only return to their orthodoxies to report the situation. Chapter 1284. Inside the ancient palace, the flow of time surged. The laws of time and the laws of space intersected, creating a magnificent scene of time, causing people to feel great reverence when they looked at it. Lu Yaoxing led the way while Yi Xian slowly followed. From time to time, he would size up the legendary temporal temple, and from time to time, a trace of surprise would flash through his eyes. The spiritual energy in the temporal temple was thin, but the laws of time and space were extremely dense. Yi Xian was certain that if he could cultivate here for a long time, his power of time and space would improve qualitatively. However, Yi Xian found it strange that he did not see anyone along the way. The entire temporal temple seemed peaceful and peaceful. Occasionally, he would see a few figures flitting by in the distance, but they would disappear in the next moment. My temporal temple has existed since ancient times, but it does not have many disciples. In total, there are only a few thousand people in the temporal temple. As if sensing Yi Xian's doubts, Lu Yaoxing explained the origins of the temporal temple to Yi Xian. A few thousand people. Yi Xian was slightly taken aback. He was even more curious about the temporal temple now. Yi Xian did not know much about the other strongest orthodoxies, but he had stayed in the 10,000 Spirit Sky Palace before. Not to mention the hundreds of millions of divine soldiers, just the number of disciples in the 10,000 Spirit Sky Palace was enough. However, the temporal temple, which was ranked in the top 3, only had a few thousand disciples. It was unbelievable. However, Yi Xian understood after thinking about it for a while. Although the temporal temple only had a few thousand people, every one of them was definitely extraordinary. The two of them chatted as they walked. Soon, they arrived at the depths of the temporal temple. There were thousands of ancient palaces in front of them, surrounded by a dense power of time and space. Rumble. The palace's doors opened with a rumble. The power of time and space roared out, causing a whirlwind to blow. The surrounding objects were faintly distorted. Yaoxing. A heavy voice sounded out from the palace. The voice was calm, but when it entered Yi Xian's ears, it caused his soul to tremble and his heart to churn with monstrous waves. Master, I have brought them here. Lu Yaoxing bowed, looking extremely humble. All right, let him in. This voice sounded out once more, causing Lu Yaoxing to look at Yi Xian and say, I'll send you here. Master is waiting for you in the palace. You can go now. Your master is the space-time master. Yi Xian probed. Lu Yaoxing was stunned when he heard Yi Xian's words, and then he smiled bitterly. My master's name is Yuan Kong, and he's the space-time hall master of this Yuan Hui. He's not the space-time hall master, and no one can become the space-time hall master's disciple. How could I have such good fortune? Lu Yaoxing paused slightly and murmured in a daze, however, I've heard of a legend before. The space-time master really did accept a disciple, but that's only a legend. I don't know if it's true. Alright, master is waiting for you in the palace. When you see him, answer whatever he asks. My space-time temple will not bully the weak. You can rest assured. Lu Yaoxing turned and left after saying that. Yi Xian frowned, and there was great disappointment in his eyes. He had come to the space-time temple to see the space-time master, but the person inside was the space-time hall master of this Yuan Hui. This was not in line with his original intentions. Little friend Yi, please come in for a chat. While Yi Xian was deep in thought, Yuan Kong's voice came again. This woke Yi Xian up instantly, and he entered the palace without any hesitation. Inside the palace, stone pillars stood tall, and the walls were engraved with profound runes. These runes seemed to contain the way of spacetime, and they gave off an ancient feeling. An azure-robed old man sat in the center of the palace. He had black hair and a black beard, and he was silent. He only had a kind smile on his face as he looked at Yi Xian. Without a doubt, this person should be Lu Yaoxing's master, Yuan Kong. He was also the Spacetime Temple Master of the 10th Yuan Hui. If Yi Xian's guess was correct, the old man's cultivation was at least at the immortal realm. Yi Xian greets Yuan Kong Temple Master. Yi Xian slowly walked forward and cupped his fists at Yuan Kong. He was neither servile nor overbearing. Little friend, your cultivation is profound. You can cultivate the power of spacetime without my clan's cultivation technique, and you've even condensed the spacetime divine tree. Just this talent alone makes you worthy of becoming my sect's holy son. Yuan Kong Temple Master nodded approvingly. Holy son. Yi Xian frowned. Was this old man trying to recruit him into the spacetime temple? However, although you've cultivated the spacetime divine tree, it's a pity that you don't have a proper method to use it. As long as you're willing to join my spacetime temple, I can teach you everything I know. Yuan Kong Temple Master smiled. He did not hide his intentions to recruit Yi Xian. You might have misunderstood. I'm not willing to come to the spacetime temple with Lu Yaoxing to join your sect. I just want to see the spacetime master. Yi Xian was not a long-winded person. He directly stated his objective. Just as I thought. Yuan Kong Temple Master was not surprised at all by Yi Xian's words. Instead, he shook his head with a bitter smile as a sliver of disappointment flashed through his eyes. Little friend, do you know that the master of my clan is the ruler of primal chaos? Even other ancient sovereigns would find it extremely difficult to meet him. Yuan Kong Temple Master paused slightly before looking at Yi Xian with mixed feelings. He said, however, the Spacetime Master has already instructed me to send you to see him if you come to the Spacetime Temple. Little friend Yi, this is a great fortune for you. Even I've only seen him once. I hope you can cherish this opportunity. The Spacetime Master was the only ruler of primal chaos. Let alone Yuan Kong Temple Master, even the previous Temple Masters rarely got to see him. Yuan Kong Temple Master envied Yi Xian to no end now that the Spacetime Master had personally summoned him. Where is the Spacetime Master? Yi Xian's face lit up. As long as he could see the Spacetime Master, he might be able to solve many of his puzzling secrets. The Spacetime Master roams the primal chaos. No one knows where he is, but I have a jade tablet here. He bestowed this jade tablet upon me so that I can send you to see him. Yuan Kong Temple Master took out a jade tablet and crushed it with some reluctance. Spacetime immediately revolved in his hand before forming a gate of light before the two of them. Go on. Enter this gate and you'll be able to see him, Yuan Kong Temple Master growled. Thank you, Temple Master. Yi Xian no longer hesitated. He strode into the gate of space. As Yi Xian entered, the gate immediately closed and Yi Xian completely vanished from Yuan Kong Temple Master's sight. Who is he? Why has the Spacetime Master personally summoned him? Yuan Kong Temple Master murmured. He became more and more curious about Yi Xian. This was because he could tell with a single glance that Yi Xian was only immortal. The three realms of creation were his limits. Although Yi Xian had cultivated spacetime techniques and was proficient in other supreme techniques, that was all there was to it. With the Spacetime Master's identity, why would he pay attention to such an insignificant person? Chapter 1285. The heavens and earth spun as space and time changed. This was a quiet mountain village. Green mountains, clear waters, and grass grew everywhere. A small stream flowed at the foot of the mountain, and the trees in the forest swayed with the wind. There was even smoke rising from the houses at the foot of the mountain. In the clear water of the stream, fish jumped out of the water, wanting to swim to the highest heavens. But no matter how hard they swung their tails, they still fell back into the stream. The merciless waves drowned the fish. The stream followed an unchanging law and continued to flow downstream. The fish wanted to swim upstream, but they were exhausted and could only go with the flow. Beside the stream, grass grew everywhere. On the ancient path, there was an endless stream of villagers. Yi Xian stared at the scene in front of him in a daze. He didn't know if this was an illusion or if it was real. A villager walked past Yi Xian, passing through his body. This caused Yi Xian to instantly wake up. He knew that the scene in front of him was an illusion. Yi Xian frowned. He walked along the banks of the stream. He believed that the space-time master would not be so bored as to create an illusion to confuse him. This was because with the space-time master's status and cultivation, there was no need for him to do so. Time passed quickly. In just the time it took to brew a cup of tea, Yi Xian arrived at the end of the stream. He saw a black-clothed man sitting cross-legged at the end of the stream. This person's back was facing Yi Xian, making it impossible to see his appearance. He held a fishing rod in his hand, and his entire person seemed tranquil and peaceful, as if he were waiting for a fish to take the bait. The space-time master. Just by looking at the black-clothed man's back, Yi Xian was sure that this was the space-time master he was looking for. There was no imposing aura, nor was there any so-called power of space-time. But just by looking at this black-clothed man, Yi Xian felt like he was the only existence in the world. A gentle breeze brushed past his face, and the green willows hung in the shade. Yi Xian walked step by step towards the black-clothed man. When he arrived behind the black-clothed man, a scene that terrified Yi Xian was reflected in his eyes. How could there be any fish in the stream? The vast universe and the chaotic stars were actually a boundless chaotic universe in this stream. Countless chaotic stars rotated in the stream, and the black-robed man seemed to be fishing for the stars in the sky. Terrifying. Terrifying to the extreme. Yi Xian was completely shocked by this scene and did not recover for a long time. At this moment, Yi Xian finally understood what it meant to be the strongest throughout the ages. The black-robed man in front of him gave him a very good explanation. Sigh. Vicissitudes of life and helplessness, sorrowful and mournful. This sigh seemed to have transcended several yuanhui. The sigh of unwillingness and helplessness was affecting Yi Xian's mind. The next moment the black-clothed man slowly turned around, his face reflected in Yi Xian's eyes. His long black hair fluttered behind his head, his chiseled cheeks were slightly cold, and his black eyes were like the stars in the universe. He was dressed in black, and a faint smile appeared on his face as he sat cross-legged in front of Yi Xian. When Yi Xian saw the black-clothed man's face, he suddenly came to his senses. A bitter smile appeared on his delicate face, and then he also sat cross-legged in front of the black-clothed man. You've come. Vicissitudes of life and tranquility, gentle and not lacking in harmony. These three short words revealed the temperament of the vicissitudes of time. Who was he? He was the space-time master. The space-time master who suppressed the chaos and suppressed the past and present. He had existed since time immemorial and was the only one throughout the ages. He was known as one of the three strongest people in the 12 yuanhui periods of the Chaos Verse, the space-time master. You knew I was coming. Yi Xian slowly said, an inexplicable look in his eyes. For some reason, although this was the first time Yi Xian had seen the space-time master, he felt a sense of familiarity. It was as if he had seen the space-time master before in an unknown period of time. There was no reason for this feeling, but it truly existed in Yi Xian's heart. It gave Yi Xian an extremely strange feeling. In truth, before Yi Xian had seen the space-time master, he had been very nervous. After all, the space-time master was a legendary figure, one of the three strongest existences in the Chaos Verse. Even though Yi Xian had a strong will, he still felt somewhat uneasy. If it were anyone else sitting across from this legendary figure, they would probably feel as if they were sitting on pins and needles, or perhaps they would kowtow in reverence. But it was this familiar feeling that made Yi Xian feel extremely calm. It was as if the person sitting in front of him wasn't one of the most terrifying existences of all time, but an old friend of many years. A glance at spacetime, illusory flowers. When their gazes met, the spacetime master laughed loudly, and Yi Xian couldn't help but smile. Even Yi Xian didn't know why he was smiling. "You're not too late, but you're not too early either," the spacetime master said slowly. "I have many questions, and I hope you can answer them for me. I believe that in the entire Chaos-verse, there are only a few people who can answer my questions, and you should be one of them," Yi Xian said in a low voice. Logically speaking, Yi Xian should have addressed the spacetime master as senior or some other form of respect. After all, the spacetime master in front of him was one of the most powerful existences of all time. But for some reason, Yi Xian didn't do that. Instead, he spoke to the spacetime master in a tone that even he found strange. There was no reason for this feeling, but Yi Xian felt that it was extremely natural. It was as if, in an unknown period of time, he had once spoken to the spacetime master in such a manner. A gentle breeze brushed past his face, and a small stream gurgled. The spacetime master slowly rose to his feet, his hands clasped behind his back as he stared at the distant mountain village. A sorrowful aura began to bloom around him. "This illusion is the place where I was born. The creatures of the primordial chaos refer to me as the spacetime master, but that isn't my true name." The spacetime master didn't answer his question. He slowly turned to look at Yi Xian. "Follow me." The spacetime master was dressed in black robes, and his black hair fluttered in the wind as he strolled towards the mountain village. Yi Xian stared at the spacetime master's bleak and desolate figure, a look of surprise and bewilderment appearing in his eyes. Yi Xian followed the spacetime master's footsteps. The two of them walked side by side, heading towards the mountain village. This was Immortal Mountain Village. It was currently noon, and in the middle of the desolate fields, a young man and a young woman were chasing each other, appearing completely carefree and innocent. "He he he." Cheerful laughter rang out. The young woman's eyes were like stars, bright and full of expression. She constantly ran through the wheat fields, and behind her was a simple-minded young man who couldn't stop giggling as he chased after her. "Don't chase me anymore. I'm exhausted." The young woman stopped running and leaned against the wheat fields, constantly gasping for breath. The simple-minded young man was still giggling. He sat close to the young woman, his eyes full of happiness. "Gua, my father wants to take me to the black-yellow sect to be a maid. I'm afraid I won't be able to see you again in the future." The young woman's face was gloomy, and her words were filled with sorrow. Hearing the young woman's words, the silly smile on the young man's face disappeared. He stared at the young woman in a daze, a trace of moisture appearing in his eyes. He tightly grasped the young woman's small hand and choked with sobs. "Xianxiao, can you not go to the black-yellow sect?" Sensing the young man's sorrow, the young woman forced a smile. "Silly, I'm only going to be a maid. It's not like I won't be able to see you again. I'll come back to see you every year." As the young woman's words fell, the young man fell silent. In the end, he could only nod helplessly. In truth, he didn't want the young woman to leave. You're tuning in to the Han Li's Wuxia Adventures YouTube channel. We're so grateful for your support, and don't forget to subscribe to join us on this incredible journey through captivating stories. Your generosity through donations truly makes a world of difference, as it's the primary source of revenue that allows me to expand and enhance this channel for you. Thank you from the bottom of my heart for being a part of this adventure.